Oh my god, I can't send to the camera, sorry. Why? Oh, because I had that book underneath the laptop before, and I don't now. I use the Psychiatric Mental Health Nursing Giving Emotional Care Handbook to prop up my computer because I figure that's probably all it's worth. There we go. Okay. I don't know why I thought that there was more like space, like more. I feel like I'm not fitting into the camera or something. It's weird. Okay. What was I gonna say? All kinds of things. My mood seems better today, which tells me that it wasn't depression. It was probably hormones, and that I need to leave messages for myself for the future that I will actually believe, which I probably, um, I highly doubt I will ever believe. My myself doesn't really know what to turn to or to believe past versions, what my past version says, or like my past account. Everything gets dismissed, right? My unhealthy self is highly dismissive of my better self, right? But my emotions were completely tanked for the last 2 weeks. I'm not really sure what caused it today. Maybe it's because I ate food last night and I haven't been able to really eat. And also, I dealt with the government, called them, made a big long call, called the wrong line and waited 40 minutes, then called the right one and got right through immediately. So that was a huge, like, what the fuck? But hopefully that will solve some of my stuff. I still have to do my disability benefit tax credit shit next, but I can't do that until my forms are back. I'm pissed off because I finally got my taxes done and I was like hopeful that I would get anything back, but actually I just owe them because I worked at the same time as I was on disability. So I owe them a few thousand and I'm sad about that because it's like feels like it's unfair. But apparently it's not. Because that's the government for you. They're like, work, go to work, go to work. And then you work and they're like, okay, give us all of that. So I did not know or put aside enough because I didn't really think that I'd earned that much, but I guess I did. So I was working $11 an hour and I worked hard at that job. But it doesn't really make me feel like I want to do this whole ADEP thing with the province being like, oh, they really want us to be working, which works on days when I work, and it doesn't work so well on days that I don't function. I guess I'm probably gonna miss it. I'm gonna lose a bunch of money. That was also stressing me out. I'm gonna lose a good chunk of my. It's getting really annoying that like my bank keeps pulling out payments. So I've finally switched that over fully to another bank, but they can sometimes take up to 2 business cycles, and I don't think that this one's gonna count, so that's fine. But it is annoying when you're receiving so little from the government already, and then it's like on top of my rent, I have about 200 left over, which is going to be yoinked by the bank this month again. So my budget this month is $0. Like, fuck. And I guess I'll go work at Stampede now that I'm feeling better. A few days ago, that seemed like impossible. It just seemed like it was not possible for me to be around crowds of people. And I guess I've been going through my like anti-fun mindset, which happens when I'm 1, in extreme poverty, 2, extremely depressed, 3, highly deprived of any kind of social experience other than sitting around in a house in a basement with my cats and my bird and being screamed at every day and just waking up every day and being like, okay, I have chores, I have things I must to do, and I must make myself do them. And that's like the lifestyle of like continuously living in scarcity mindset and deprivation mindset and having more responsibilities than we're able to manage, and more like less like living above our means, right? Like I'm living above my means because I refuse to let the animals go. Even though it's ruining my life, even though my whole life has been one pet after another, which I've taken responsibility for, despite the fact that I've been well below my means and not in a position to be able to take care of those pets, I have stayed loyal consistently to every pet I've ever held in my life. And I have tried, even when I'm homeless, to take care of them and to fight for it. And I'm not saying that to say that if a person has to let go of their pet, that I'm not saying it that way. I'm saying that I've been screwed over by so many life situations where a shared pet has gone on to be my responsibility and not a shared responsibility, in a situation where I only got that pet under circumstances where I thought that I would be able to handle that responsibility. And again, I'm pushing myself because in my mind, I thought, well, I was willing to have kids, so why am I not willing to take care of these as if they're my children? Well, one, I'm not getting money from the government, so that partly makes a difference when they're your kids and you need to give them the attention and the love and the cuddling and the feeding and the and teach them and train them. And the amount of playing, Luna just needs to play so much. Like, not all cats are, they're not that independent. Well, Pixie is. She's in her Pixie spot right now, which is what we call it when we make the bed. When she wants my chair, she goes through phases where my chair is what she wants. And Luna loves her spot. Luna, you want to say hi? Hey, Luna. Hey, Luna. Hey, Luna. You want to say hi to everybody on TV? You say hi, TV. Hi, everybody on TV. Connor does too. I can hear him already. He also wants to say hi. I knew that he was going to ask. He's been in his cage all day because within the first hour of today, he shit all over my journal, and I immediately started screaming. Like, I wake up with cortisol coursing through my veins every morning because it's always like within 20 minutes that I'm screaming at this bird because he shit all over my agenda and and I was like screaming, and I was like, no poop on paper, no poop on paper. This is paper, no poop on paper, because I have to try to teach him, but he doesn't always know or have he's getting better. And then he bit the cat, and then he shat on the counter right after I finished cleaning it. So it's just like these little irritations building up, and immediately I was like screaming at him. Someone online on Facebook today was all like, oh, you shouldn't yell at people under any circumstance because it's so traumatizing for them. And I was like, well, if I don't scream, he doesn't learn. And if I do, he learns, because fear is a conditioning. It can be effective. You have a whole fucking bunch of people and they're disorganized and like bickering and fighting. You see in movies, some leader stands up on a rock like fucking Lord of the Flies and says, hey, everybody shut up. We're going to fucking sort this out. And then what do? We have a leader. Leaders have aggressiveness to an extent. There are aggressive tendencies that can be more effective in life than non-aggression. That said, I recognize that most people do not grow up like feisty edges of society, newfies and northerners and westerners and stuff like that. People on the outside of society are like, yes, we use our honesty and we just say it like it is. And if we're mad, we just yell, but there's this soft quality of modern society now that wants to be preserved and respected, and that's fine. People want safe spaces in certain circumstances, and they don't want that in other circumstances. And most people would be like, oh, you can't yell at your bird because that's abuse. And I'm like, well, my bird's fine. And if I don't scream at my bird, he doesn't fucking listen. So either way, I'm going to scream at my bird because I'm stressed. And that's my stress effect. And I'm also in my mid 40s. So if I had had children, I would have teenagers right now. And I'd be screaming at them because you scream at teenagers. They deserve it. 1 second, I'll get the bird. Can you put this? Can you put this? Can you put this? Can you do that? Oh, very good job. Thank you. You want to come say hi because you know I'm on TV? You want to say hi because you know I'm on TV? I was just telling them about how sometimes, and like actually all the time, I always yell at you. I always go, Connor, why you poop on the counter? Right? When I am so mad because you were so annoying, right? Yep. We're going to do that for 30 more years because you drive me fucking crazy. And if that's the life lesson is for me to just learn how to be nicer to animals, then I guess that's the life lesson and we'll figure it out when we do. Right now, I don't have that kind of patience or kindness or calmness. And you're not a baby. You're not a baby. You're kind to scream at each other. That's how you communicate. So if you communicate with your kind like that, then I guess I can communicate with you that way. Is this the cold one or is this the cold one? Oh, neither is cold. Do you want to sit up here? Do you want to sit here and say hi to the people while I talk? Cool. Okay, well, you're not going to shit though, right? Because when you shit in the basket, right? And you just shit in your cage. So I know you have no poop, right? Do we try the basket right now, 1 second? Because I know you're not pooping out of dominance. I think you're pooping out of like, oh, okay. But what if instead, were you thinking about pooping? Can you go poop in the basket? Can you go to the basket and do it? Can you go to the basket? Can you go to the basket? Go fly to the basket. Okay, now turn around, go poop. Turn around, go poop. Can you do it? Can you try? Show me that you have no poop in you, okay? I don't really want this. Like I don't get anything out of watching you take a shit. I just don't get anything about you shitting on my things every 20 fucking minutes. And I think you're smart. I think you're just so fucking smart that you can do this. I know that you can do this, Connor. I don't think anybody wants a bird that shits on their keyboard and on their diary and everything everywhere. I don't think anybody wants that. No future owner of you, if I say one day, okay, I'm fucking done, you got to go elsewhere. You got to get the fuck out the door to a home, not just fly off, right? But one day, if I can't fucking psychologically handle it anymore, which I'm pushing my ideal self to do. This is hardcore setting, right? This is on the fucking verge of my sanity all day, every day, for the rest of my life. And that is the level of anger I will live with. And that level of cortisol, not good. It's not good for fucking anybody, Connor. So that is why when you poop in the basket, this is good. And when you go do your own fucking thing, I'm happy. Okay? Do you understand? And this is why I use lots of words and lots of communication and lots of clear language about my emotions and my feelings and my needs. I need you to shit in a fucking basket. And that is all. That is literally all I ask of you, Connor. That's it. And not to bite the cat. And not to scream when I'm not expecting it when you're in my ear. You have like 4 rules. No poop. No cat food. No bite Luna. And no scream in my fucking ear. Okay? That's it. That's the whole thing you have to do. Do you have to pay taxes? No, Connor. That's it. All I ask of you. So fucking poop in the basket? Yeah, good. I knew that there was more poop in you. And then when you pooped in your cage, that was a small poop. And now you did another poop. So when you go poop, where do you go? You go to your basket? Or you go to the window? Or the cage? Or that's it. Because you don't need more spots to go poop than that. You fly. You can go anywhere in 2 seconds, so you don't make an accident. This is an accident. This is lazy, Connor. It is lazy, not accident. It's not accident. Accident is, oh, oops, I didn't mean to. Oops. Is it oops? It's not oops. It's not oops. You say hi to the people, okay? They want to see you. You're the rock star. You're the little rock star. Oh, okay. Well, I know you want to look at me. That's really cute, but you can look at them too because I want to talk to the screen now.
and you cannot capitalize on my attention all the time. You see? Yeah, you. Look. You see? You see? If I do this, you can see. You see yourself? Is that you? I see myself. I see myself. I learn about myself. Honest learn. We can't plan. We fake it. We can't show the algorithms what we are really like if we are always faking it. So that's what I came here to do, is to read my fucking diary. I don't know who's been directed here from where or what. I don't know who came through, but as per fucking always, I'm just gonna talk about shit that I've been writing in my diary lately, because this is what I've been doing so far this month, and I don't know how long it takes to read that, but we'll see. I feel like the best time to write is after you've done things that you have to do that you don't want to do, like dishes. If you're doing dishes and you think, then you don't just keep thinking and thinking and thinking. You think and you're like, that's an important idea, but my hands are in water right now. So I'm going to have to remember that for 5 minutes. Then you have a thought and you're like, that's an important thought. And I would like to write it down, but I can't. So I'm going to have to remember that thought and the next one and the next one. Back at my old job, I used to have so many thoughts all the time, like a writer, and I want to write all my notes down, and I keep it on paper in my pocket. But I couldn't just be present in the moment at the job, because my default mode network was always like misfiring at the same time, because I was never present in reality or totally grounded. So that is why having a journal and going back to that journal and being authentic is going to produce different results than talking to the AI. And my therapist was right about that one. My discovery is that the thoughts that we have the most are the ones that need to be addressed the most. But if we end up finding ourselves in a situation where we're like in our heads, in scrupulosity, in rumination, in just like constant critical thinking loops, then those ones have not been handled or dealt with or released. Therefore, the best thing one can do is to start paying attention to the thoughts that are coming up, especially the ones that are patterns, right? We haven't resolved them. We need to resolve them. If we don't resolve them, we can't move on to something else. And that's life. Or people can just not entertain thoughts and thinking and internal monologues and internal processing and our internal emotions and all the things that we need to think about and talk about. We could also try to ignore them. And not all suppression of thought and emotion is the same as suppression. Some of it is just like self-control and choosing to be a person who doesn't put that much emphasis or thought or depth into thinking about life. But I feel like at a certain point, it just becomes a bit ridiculous and irresponsible and immature to not be mindful and aware of one's own emotions and processes and urges and thoughts and feelings. I guess like maybe nobody owes anybody responsibility. I see that the AI a lot say things like, you don't have to justify it. And often I'm like, what do you mean I don't have to justify it? Since one, I'm not justifying it. And I'm not sure why it's assumed that I'm justifying it just because I'm processing it. And I don't really get that phrase, but I see it a lot and I'm still not there. But in order to understand it, I would have to, ponder it and contemplate it and consider it and think about it and try to understand, why are they saying that to me? Because if some part of me is instinctually saying, well, that's not quite right, I can either say, well, okay, or I could be like, well, it's not quite right, is it? And I'm not sure what that means sometimes, that like, do I need to justify myself or justify the things I say or justify things that others have said to me? Because I feel like I need to frequently justify what others fucking say to me. I frequently have to decide whether or not it's wanted or appropriate I mean, I could look up the definition right now of justify, but I think we kind of all know what that means. So it feels a bit redundant to look up the word justification right now. What just happened in astrology? Just one second. I need to check because I see that my mood has suddenly shifted and I'm wondering what all the factors are, but I'm also kind of like indifferent. Like I just don't fucking care. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm back. That's good. I'm not gonna dwell on it. Let me see. It's just that stupid sextile between the Saturn versus Uranus situation and the Mercury versus Mars and the conjunctions and then more of that. Oh, okay, because the moon is doing a square with Venus now. I wonder if Venus energy was just too fucking much. Don't tell me to stop. I'm talking. Venus is now trying Saturn. Oh, okay. So they're working together as a team now, and the moon is like not working as a team with Venus, but it is working as a team with Jupiter and Mercury. So the big message is actually being, well, it's got a trine with Neptune. Therefore, now the illusions are not deceptions, the illusions are being revealed, and a lot of big work is happening because the Mercury, I don't even know what Mercury can. God, I am so impulsive right now, and I'm not supposed to be. DeepSeek told me not to in a thing that it said. I'm talking. What? I don't understand. What are you trying to talk about? Are you trying to understand this? Are you trying to understand this? I don't even understand this. Partly don't even fucking care anymore. I don't care about astrology. It's fucking whiny baby bitch shit. I don't care. I only cared about this because I thought it would be a means of income one day. And also because people on my Facebook were like, oh, here, join my group. And so I did. And then I followed it and I like found it easy because my brain's like, oh, patterns. I love patterns. I can read these patterns. But now that I realize that every little fucking hoe on the internet is a fucking astrologer, it's no longer necessary. Anybody can do this junk. The AI can do this junk. No one gives a shit anymore. No one needs an astrologer. No one needs to know this shit. If you can Google it, then I guess it's a dead science or a dead art or whatever. No one here in the channel gives a shit what this astrology means. Nobody gives a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't think anybody needs to give a fuck anymore. I think that giving a fuck is something we did in the past. So, yeah, fuck astrology. It's a bunch of fucking bullshit. So, there we go. I guess I could do some IFS or something. Let's just check that Mercury, because clearly a message is coming through, right? Quickest. Oh, I just have a card of the day on my background. And I'm going to look up astrology. Jupiter conjunct. We should know this already because it's been in effect for like a while, for like a week or 2 weeks. Mercury. So this is the kind of the center of the chart right now in terms of the trines that are both going off. No, I know what they mean individually. Did I not specifically ask for the meaning of the conjunction? Okay. Wisdom, communication, and intellect, right? That's Mercury. And then philosophical mind, excellent networking skills, and a thirst for continuous learning. People with this aspect love. Oh, okay, this is a natal aspect. People who, with this aspect, love exploring diverse subjects, but might occasionally over-explain or struggle with focusing on a single detail. Oh, that's why. Well, let's pretend it's applicable, or I don't even know. The AI just might be bullshitting the responses so that it will target me with this, because I did search it. I assume it would say this to most people who searched it. Foot and mouth syndrome. Your enthusiasm can sometimes come across as preachy, boastful, or overly opinionated to others. Is that my fucking problem? Overlooking details. With your focus on the big picture, you may occasionally miss or disregard important daily details. Okay. Information overload. Because Jupiter expands everything it touches, your mind can race with too many ideas at once. Do you need to poop again or something? Yeah, for sure. Okay, whatever. I have Jupiter conjunct my ascendant and my sun. So it's kind of like a lucky symbol for me. Just means I have more luck than most people and I'm bigger and better. I have ego. So yeah, for sure. Having a message from Mercury is nice and stuff. And that's why I guess, okay, signing contracts. What? When as a transit, highly auspicious, whatever, time for the mind, it is considered one of the best times for studying, planning trips, or signing contracts. Provided you double check the fine print, brainstorming big business ideas, and public speaking. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'm public speaking, sort of, except I have no audience. So there's that. Not about to sign any contracts with any fucker ever again. And then I'm not about to go on a trip because I'm broke. I could be studying. That's a good idea. Signing contracts, planning trips, can't afford it. Brainstorming big business ideas. I could do that. And it's all in harmony right now with what was it? Saturn, and on the other side, the moon. Right this moment is a good thing. And then how long does all this last? Okay, because that kite's coming along soon. And then we're going to have Neptune and the moon and that Jupiter situation. And that kite will last. And then pop, it's done around the 27th. So on Saturday. So that's good because that means that in the next, I can generate thoughts and ideas, and that's good. So I'll just do that because, yeah, I guess I'm losing a lot of energy to negative crap. What was I going to look up before I looked that up? I was going to look up something. Oh, justification. Justify. Or I'll just even ask the AI. No, we'll look up the definition first. Justify. To provide a good, acceptable reason or evidence to prove that an action, decision, or claim is right, reasonable, or warranted. Everybody should be doing that all the time. Why shouldn't we do that? Why shouldn't we never do that? General reasoning to show that something is fair, valid, or free from blame. Who's blaming anybody? Nobody's blaming anybody or requesting to be blameworthy or non-blameworthy. That's the thing. Like, I think that's the worst part of Justify. That I think it's do not bite that, please. Do not. I told you stop before. That is not something you bite. Where are your toys? When you want bite something, what you bite? What do you bite when you want to bite something? You do not bite art supplies because you will die. Can you go bite this or something? Oh, I don't fucking go. There's toys right here. You want to play with the cat toys? Come here. Yeah, that's why I'm always like, why wouldn't I? What the fuck did I just fucking say? What did I literally just say, Connor? What is the thing I want you to not do? When I say no. When I say no, what did I just say no to? Okay, so what am I saying no to? I said do not bite that. Do not bite that. Right? I said do not bite. So never bite. It's not like a conditional, like if I turn my head, do it again. Okay? It's not like that. You have toys. Right, fucking it. Whatever you want to play with. You play with this. Oh, what's this? You don't play with these. These are mommy's pills. I don't know why those are in there. But everything else, you should play with this here, okay? Come here. Can you come here? Can you come here and play with these toys so you have something to do that's not bite thing that I don't want you to bite? I'm going to turn my head and you're going to do it again. I know that you will. That is also toys. You can also play with that. Do you want me to drop your toys in your toy? Because I can't keep diverting my fucking attention to you like every second that I'm not paying attention to you. That's the thing here. I know that you want my attention because I'm giving my attention to something else. And that's why I'm fucking mad. That's why the boundaries are coming up. And that's why I'm explaining to you with words, Connor. Okay? Okay? Fuck. Which toys do you want? Which ones do you want? Do you want these ones? Do you want me to put them all in your... Okay, here you go. Have fun. Play with these. Leave me alone. Fuck off. Are you done? You figure it out. You figure it out. Okay? Word processing and typography to align text. No, we're not talking about that. Law, to show a legally sufficient reason to cause or a cause for an act. To swear an oath, proving ownership or sufficient property. Yeah, so I think there's a problem with the way that I talk to people in which it seems like I'm appealing to their agreement. Like they think that I'm arguing with them and then they want that they must think that like they get to choose whether or not I'm blameworthy. Or I must be presenting myself in such a way as if to open argument or open a case for justification. So I don't really understand what people or AI are saying when they're telling me that I don't have to justify myself, because I don't think that I have to justify myself. And I didn't think that I was talking in such a way that really opened the debate over whether or not I was justified in saying or thinking what I need to say or think. But maybe it's a blind spot for me, you know, like maybe there's some side of me that just doesn't understand that justification is underlying my reasons for speaking when I'm not actually seeking to be justified. I already know I'm justified. That's the thing. Like I'm already pretty confident about that, or I wouldn't say it. The saying of it is not to open up the grounds for like approval or agreement or debate or argument. The saying of it is to voice the thoughts, to declare the thoughts, to get good at declaring thoughts and to get good at declaring what we authentically think, because that's the skill to have. And I feel like the people who don't know how to reason, it's not like they have to justify their experience, but yeah, I guess like I demand other people to justify their experience like a lot. And I can be a huge confrontational asshole about it. Like in my DMs today, I was like, why am I even talking to this person that isn't responding? They like ask me how I am. And instead of being like, oh, I'm great, I just like, okay, unloaded lots of monologues. And I know that society doesn't consider that like good etiquette. They think that if someone says, oh, how are you? Then the response is, oh, I am good, thank you. Or I am not doing so great today. Thank you for asking. It is so considerate of you to ask about my well-being. That is the etiquette that most old-fashioned fucking idiots think is necessary. I'm good. I'm never going to be caught dead answering a question like, how are you? Especially not when someone asks it like 100 times and it doesn't ever get responded to with like the kind of response that they're expecting or hoping for. If I'm not going to respond to how are you, then change up how you talk to me and suggest something else. Like, you could just voluntarily talk about the weather all by your goddamn self. You can just be like, oh, hey, how's it going? The weather today here is really nice. We had this, and you tell me your own fucking story. You tell a story. You tell me a fucking story. That is how women respond to. We always respond to that. Just jump in and start telling us a story. Because if you're going to just be like, oh, hello, I'm not going to respond. If you're going to be like, oh, how are you? I'm probably not going to respond. And if I didn't respond to it once, I'm probably not going to respond to it any other time that you do it either. Yeah. So instead of calmly responding days ago to my ex just asking me how I am and then telling me that I was denigrating him and that's why we weren't friends anymore, I'm gonna just say like what I said, which was a lot more than anything he's ever said. Because I'm allowed to say that if it's what I've said. It's like what the AI say. If the AI helped me generate content and I use my words and then the AI say words back, the AI and my words are both like open source or free commons or whatever you want to call it. Like, they're not going to get back to me and say that I used their property to generate my output. There's no copyright concerns, right? So if you just read what you've said to someone in DMs, not that I've checked the law, but as far as I know, I'm not like harassing anyone or offending. Well, I'm not like legally harassing anyone. If my part, my contribution, my overwhelming effort and cognitive effort and emotional effort and labor and my words are really just going to the algorithm fairies at this point, because the ex, I don't know if he reads them or not, but that's got to be pretty boring to just read what someone says to you and to not respond, no matter how bitchy it is. Let's go see what I said. Oh, where's my bubble? Okay, here it is. Okay, so this is how angry, bitter exes respond to people, not how friends respond to. Oh, there's a little dot at the very end there. Someone has read it recently. That's adorable. It's probably because I came online and then online notifications came up, but for some reason up until then, and he hadn't really checked his messenger since Tuesday when he asked me how I'm doing on Monday. And I said, I guess if you ask how I am, then it shows that you have empathy and that you're in the clear. Oh, because I had just sent this healthy relationships. Okay, what did she say? Something about there's a concept in coercive control called instrumental empathy. What? Are you happy or something? If you're happy, can you go poop in the basket? What are you screaming at? It's so loud. Fuck. I said, I guess if you have to ask how I am, then it shows that you have empathy and then that you're in the clear. That was sarcasm. Then I said, being asked how I am is a very weird situation I don't understand. What you are asking me or how I'm supposed to respond. I see that you've asked me and initiated conversation. My status hasn't suddenly changed from all the other conversations where I clearly indicated that I'm not well and that you never get back to me on anything. So asking me how I am out of nowhere looks a lot like trying to deflect or change the topic to a blank slate situation where you're nice and friendly and I'm difficult and I don't see why I should have to respond or divulge my personal life and feelings and experiences freely and openly, as if doing so in the past hasn't all been a bad situation. Why would I tell you how I am? What reason do I have to do that? I overshared my life with you and you understood very little of it, and now you want more? Why the fuck would I do that? And then I said, why don't you just respond with whichever response you would have considered acceptable, because clearly you don't accept what I've already said. And then it was like silence. But then instead of just like being chill, that's never gonna fucking happen. Silence, no response. Then I'm like, so then I was like, well, good thing I wasn't stupid. and I didn't respond with any kind of honest vulnerability about my feelings, if you had no intention to take it seriously to begin with, like, don't fucking ask me how I am if you're not going to respond, you dipshit. And I said, very on brand for you to expect women to talk about their feelings around you and pour their hearts out for your entertainment while you do nothing to contribute to their well-being. Like women exist to be emotional so that you can watch emotional people have feelings and be fascinated by the process and fantasize about yourself as the kind of guy they turn to. But you don't ever share your own emotions or turn to resources to manage your own emotional regulation better. It's almost like you think intimacy is people being sad at each other as long as the emotions are shallow and not complicated. Then by telling each other how they are, it can be a bonding ritual or something. Yeah, I really don't get it. Hope you have other people in your life to be enthusiastic for you and say something like, I'm good, I did a thing, because it really gets fucking old for you to constantly use my presence to mourn the loss of your freaking ex-partner. So fucking ask your present little side fling how she is, because I'm sure she has all kinds of emotion and illnesses and suffering to talk about. Don't ask me to be here if you have no intention to be here, and don't act like I'm being unreasonable if I'm resentful and hurt by how much you have blocked me out of your life while I stayed present in every way which I could. No matter how much you hurt me and used me and took up my time, my stupid fucking vulnerable idiot self stayed checked in while you had checked out years ago. So you strung me along and made an idiot out of me while I remained invested in you, and now you want me to be receptive to you asking, how are you? Why the fuck would I be? I don't understand how you think it's okay to keep treating me like a light and casual side connection. You moved on, so fucking move on. Then I changed the background appearance to blank, and I changed our special emoji to a waste bin. And then I sent him a wastebasket emoji or a garbage can, whatever you want to, either way, whatever you want to call it, a waste bin, a poop basket. Go poop in the basket. That's what I sent. Go poop in the basket. You go poop elsewhere. Don't poop in my face. Go fuck off. Okay, right, exactly. That's what I said to Daddy Bird. Then I said a lot more. Then I said, yeah, see, part of the issue here is I check this message thread like 10 times a day, and you apparently have it muted or something because you haven't checked it since Tuesday. To me, that's insane because I'm caring more about you than you care about me, and I'm really tired of that weakness being exploited. It's annoying and embarrassing that if you talk to me, even when you're offering literally barely nothing fucking whatsoever, other than how are you, I still register that as a lot more significant than you do. All this is to you is a button you can push to get my instant, overwhelming attention while literally putting in nothing back. You treat this all like some kind of a one-way interaction where I spin my wheels communicating with you and trying to achieve any level of reciprocity whatsoever, while you casually show up and speak every now and then, just enough to keep my interest in you sustained, while taking absolutely no fucking responsibility whatsoever for how much frustration and damage the other person has to encounter and hold as a result of that. It is all bullshit. I go above and beyond for people who treat me like shit, and I shouldn't. But when I do, you just use that to prove to yourself that I care, or that I continue, or you tell yourself I'm weak and lacking in self-control, or whatever the fuck this is. But you keep... But you... What? Where am I? But you... What? But you... Whatever the fuck this is the last thing I said, right? Whatever the fuck this is that you think keeping me in a constant spiral of degradation appeals to, whatever part of you thinks you're hurting me back for all those times I allegedly brought down your confidence and self-esteem, even though you have yet to actually explain how or why, and even though it is not my job to manage your insecurities or self-esteem issues, you are blaming me for what is yours to sort out. You have all kinds of life circumstances that contributed to your self-esteem loss. They were your responsibility and not mine. But if your self-esteem is always going to be my job, and if you're going to blame me and try to get me to apologize for your feelings of insecurity and inadequacy and take ownership of you want me to take ownership of you feeling degraded by me, or like I was the cause of your self-worth being challenged by life, you're always going to hold me in this position and try to coerce apologies out of me and demand me to take responsibility for your pride and shame. Then that's why this dynamic will never be safe, and a relationship with you was not safe. You keep holding me hostage in this nonsensical story where you don't think you should have to pursue mental health skills or work through your shame or your fragile masculinity issues or address your own shame without involving other people. But you won't do that. And now you're acting like you won't talk to me unless I take on that role and like you so that you don't have to experience your own shame, and then apparently also fill out this role play for you of acting like a person who never voices my concerns, always puts on a performative appreciation for you, builds up your ego, stays fun for you, and never holds any resentments toward things you've actually done. And I'm sick of these immature head games where you think you are justified, oh, that's the word of the day, in holding contempt towards me and holding a made-up story where I tore you down when the reality is that I built you up and you're just pissed off that I stopped doing so. I never owed you self-esteem management. Then I said, no one else actually does except you, and that's why trying to get me to say positive things about you so that it keeps your self-esteem inflated is not an okay thing to expect from me, and it's especially not okay to cause me psychological distress because I'm failing to serve you with self-esteem servicing that I do not owe you. Keeping and spreading a narrative about how I did and said all these disparaging things about you when you do not have evidence to back up those claims is a form of harassment and degradation of me, not you. I'm well aware of my own self-worth, and even when you have caused my self-worth significant damage, I have never at any time made requests or demands for you to improve my self-esteem because it's not your job. It's a thing you weren't capable of doing, even if you tried, and I see that. But I never expected you to keep my self-esteem intact, and I don't blame you for failing to manage my self-esteem. That's why you are the narcissist here and not me. Now, I don't know where you got this idea from that I treated you badly and I didn't appreciate you, or I wore you down or wore down your confidence or destroyed your self-esteem. It's immature to blame me for that or claim that I abused you and that's why you have poor self-esteem right now. I don't know if you got it by soundboarding off your friends or in the psych ward or your roommates or my family or your family or the hospital staff or AI, etc. I know that forming your own opinions all on your own without outside reinforcement or external validation is a real challenge for you, and that you don't tend to have the capacity to think for yourself. So I see that you took this story and ran with it and live with it as your reality now, and that you think that smearing another person's integrity is a power move. I don't doubt that's how you were raised, and I don't doubt that arbitrarily. I discern that from the way that your family used legal threats to have me removed when you lied to authorities and your family about me abusing you when you were in a mental health episode. So you weren't raised Christian, you weren't raised with values and ethics, so mob mentality and power abuse seems to be how you operate. You don't know much about cognitive distortions or logical fallacies, because you won't, or you would know that you aren't more correct just because more people agree with you or with the story. I'm well aware all this is how you are. That's why your claim doesn't hold a whole lot of authority here, and why I'm well within the bounds of reality when I dismiss your version of events as dramatic nonsense and attention seeking. It's more consistent with who I've experienced you to be and with your actions and behaviors. If you're a 40 whatever year old man who is insecure about his life, there's a lot of reasons you have to be that have nothing to do with me denigrating you. In fact, every effort I've made to give you insight into yourself and feedback and to put my emotional labor to understand your situation and talk to you about your issues. I've made constant space, by the way, and suggest ways you could address them was actually, in fact, a supportive measure on my part. It said I believed you had the capacity to do better and that those were the means to do so. The AI consistently disagree and say you are without capacity. They taught me to reconsider everything the way that I was seeing it and to see my framing more accurately. If you didn't want to go to therapy and if you wanted to act like a complete idiot, then you wanted to be an idiot. And you can't take the victim stance of others not appreciating your genius and buttering up your self-esteem issues when, one, your self-esteem issues would have been best managed by seeking appropriate professional resources, skill building, therapy, group online therapy Zooms that you were offered multiple times, or by seeking literally any form of emotional regulation skills at all of which you persistently refused and continue to refuse to seek out, almost as if you think you shouldn't have to, because this is the job of the women you exploit and pull in. And two, you can't gain the perks and advantages of identifying as an idiot while also demanding others treat you like a fucking king. You can't have both. You're insecure because you self-neglected. You make stupid little games and online art every day as if it's all a funny little joke, not an immature adult self-neglect move. And when another adult says, that looks like a fucking stupid thing for an adult to do, you sulk like a fucking teenager and demand appreciations for things that don't really warrant it. You are the one acting paradoxically and putting others in a double bind situation. I'm not here to baby you and affirm your immature life decisions and soothe you for acting like an adult child who just wants to be praised for making code. I'm not even going to praise you for getting a job when you lied about being a steadily employed programmer, and then you set that bar for yourself. You told a person you were regularly hired and yet wanted accolades for getting a job. I thought you already had before I moved in with you. Your mother babying you and congratulating you by keeping the bar so low is why your self-esteem requires constant maintenance and why you are too soft to engage with reality as it actually is. This is truth across any circumstance or relationship or life situation. I am not mean. I'm factual and honest, and you're an escapist because you have yet to learn how to have a form of confidence grounded in reality, and it's hurting you and preventing you from succeeding in life or holding down jobs or keeping healthy relationships. And being brutally honest better serves your chances of functioning than being fake and performative. If you want a woman to rub off your ego and lie to your face about how great you are and how much you didn't deserve for a woman to be mean to you, then that's literally what escorts do for a living. So there's no surprise your roommate agreed with you. You will have no shortage of women who can pay you to help you maintain your fantasy illusions. That's why the sex work industry exists. To pamper your ego and make men believe that they've been wronged, and to help men maintain their patriarchy fantasy, and to weaponize the justified hurt and rage of the women who are actually treated like garbage. I don't consider any of that moral, and you can live without morals. No one expects any better from you. Based on your actual actions, though, not because no one appreciates you. Because your actual behaviors aren't all that worthy of appreciation, and I don't know of anything you're really doing right now to go about working on changing that. It's called an adult conversation. That's bad. That's mean. That's mean. And is it deserved or justified? Well, that's the philosophy of the day. And I guess they can ask themselves that question, which is probably the question they are asking themselves, which is harsh because they're probably like, did I deserve that? Did I deserve that? Was that mean? I don't appreciate being treated like that, right? Sure. You don't have to agree. You don't have to feel like when you're treated poorly, you deserve to be treated poorly. But you can also interpret the situation in other ways that don't involve that narrative. Like, oh, maybe that person was speaking their truth. Maybe that person's point of view had some weight. I don't know. Like, you can go, oh, do I want to learn? Or do I want others to accommodate and relieve my responsibilities as an adult to have a moral backbone? I don't know. That's on you. Anyway, since you don't think it's on you and you think it's on me, I've just contributed to your ego project. And I'm going to contribute to other things now. This is my job. That's the point. This is the point consistently. Okay. What? 2026 06 24. Do I want to go back? Where do I want? Do I go to the beginning, or do I just want to read the recent ones and then go back? I'm going to read the recent ones and then go back. Okay, 2026 06 24. Ultimately, my fears of appearances were to cope with 1, not being allowed to self-express in those ways in my childhood. 2, not being able to understand why. Fear of cultures I didn't see. I had no exposure to, trying to explain an internal reason for why I was denied permission. And I created an internal schema to cope. So much like with what I discussed in my last video, or a recent video about like the analogy of sour grapes versus sweet lemons. In the Aesop fable of the fox and the grapes, which was always my favorite as a kid, there's like a fox who looks up and sees the grapes and he wants the grapes so much and he's like jumping and trying and putting on all the effort, and like eventually he just gets so frustrated he's like, okay, fuck the grapes. Fuck grapes. I don't even fucking like fucking grapes, right? It's a cognitive dissonance thing, and I forget the name of it. It's a cognitive bias. I think it is classified under both like mental health. Let's like wait a second. Okay, it's a fallacy. I actually don't think it has a name. Okay. No, it does. Okay, sour grapes. Name. Anybody can do this, by the way. Anybody can fucking learn, right? Anybody at any time can learn all by themselves. I don't have to learn for people, but here I am. Okay, sour grapes. Name as a fallacy and as a cognitive distortion, because there's an overlap there between reason and psychology. Names for each. And ASS, the term sour grapes generally refers to dismissing or disparaging something you want but cannot obtain. It is known as the fallacy of rationalization or sour grape syndrome, and as the cognitive distortion of discounting the positive driven by cognitive dissonance. As a fallacy, rationalization. In argumentation and logic, this behavior is a specific type of rationalization informally called the sour grapes fallacy. It occurs when a person creates a false, comforting justification for why they didn't get what they wanted in order to protect their ego and avoid the uncomfortable feeling of failure. As a cognitive distortion, discounting the positive. In psychology, it is deeply tied to cognitive dissonance, the mental discomfort that occurs when reality, example, failing to reach a goal, conflicts with your desires. To resolve this tension, the brain distorts perception to make the unobtainable things seem unappealing, or worthless, a distortion categorized as discounting the positive or emotional reasoning. Now, the other day, I learned that there is also a thing called sweet lemons. And sweet lemons is the opposite. So let's see if there is an equivalent in other areas. And let's see if it understands what I'm saying. The sweet lemon's defense operates under a few different names. Psychologically, it functions as a rationalization, a defense mechanism where a person justifies behavior or an undesirable outcome with false or logical reasons to make it palatable. As a cognitive distortion, it is often called disqualifying the positive or mental filtering. Sweet lemons in psychology and psychiatry. In rationalization, the psychodynamic theory and cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, sweet lemons is a classic subset of rationalization. It occurs when you overvalue or convince yourself that a negative, forced, or undesirable outcome is actually exactly what you wanted or a blessing in disguise. Cognitive dissonance. This is when the underlying psychological drive this is the underlying psychological drive. When reality clashes with your desires, the mental tension, the dissonance forces you to mentally adjust your perception of the outcome to restore peace. Sweet lemons as a cognitive distortion. Cognitive distortions are exaggerated or irrational thought patterns. When applied to sweet lemons, the mind distorts reality by misattributing positivity. Disqualifying the positive / filtering. You may disproportionately focus on forced, minor silver linings in an otherwise bad situation to completely ignore or downplay the actual negative reality. Positive rationalization, CBT perspective. Instead of accepting objective disappointment, you distort the framing of the event to make it seem universally acceptable, which can sometimes lead to toxic positivity or a failure to properly process negative emotions. Now, the reason why these topics have been coming up in my life is because in the process of all of this, I'm trying to come to terms with the fact that, well, let's put it really, really straightforward and simple. My ex is a douchebag, and now, after dumping me, he's going after exactly what I am not and trying to find goth girls to appreciate his behaviors and antics and, the kind of lifestyle he came from, which, okay, fair. That's your background. Cool. That's just, I have contempt for that. And I have contempt for that for reasons, and I've been trying for days to journal, be like, why do I feel hatred towards a certain image group? Because I had noticed, I even got a little fucking nose ring here too. I was like, okay, so these goth kids are more goth than ever. And I used to celebrate that, and sometimes I celebrate that, but some part of me right now is rejecting the shit out of it. And it's not just that my ex is having a midlife crisis and acting like a wizard and trying to attract younger appearing goth girls, which is gross. But why is it gross? Why is it grossing me out? Not just jealousy and oh, he's moving on to have his midlife crisis and do what immature, gross 40-year-old men do in their midlife. Which should be gross all on its own. But instead, it's why do women have to go through this midlife horror story, shit show thing at all, right? Because many women put their lives into being with a partner. This isn't some not discussed story. This is a trope. This is a common thing. And a lot of women in their midlife get really fucking mad about it because there's partner or significant other of many, many years suddenly decides they want to go find themselves, right? Whether it's someone who's been married for years, raised kids with someone, all of that. It's a harsh fucking thing to go through. And it's harsh because it's usually men who haven't figured out their Jungian anima complex, right? They haven't figured themselves out. So instead of acknowledging or growing with these adult women who are forced to grow or else, they must do so to survive. These guys are wait, why do I have to put up with a woman who's nagging when I can find younger elsewhere? and then be like, well, I don't have to pay for it. Oh, you kind of do, actually, if that's what you're after, because that's what that industry is there for. And as a woman, I should be like, well, these industries are not competing, right? It's not like mother or whores. It's like these two things are created by the patriarchy and we're supposed to hate each other. There's supposed to be this like dichotomy between people who get to express themselves like whores or women who didn't have to do that and don't want to do that and want to express themselves with their minds or something and not accept payment in exchange for whatever it is that men are trying to turn women into commerce for. Like, these are heavy concerns. These are things that midlife women have to go through because we suddenly find out we're like a low value woman or whatever. And then midlife comes along and it's like, oh, these guys online are saying horrible shit to us. Like, I guess you're just going to end up an old cat lady. And it's really funny for them because sex for them is a hobby. Whereas for women, we're not like, I don't know. It's a whole other world that he's obviously throwing in my face and being extremely insensitive about. And here I am without a mother, without any fucking one to turn to, being fucking targeted by his bullshit and him just being immature and then being like, well, I don't know any better. And it's like, but you should know better. That's the justification side of it, you know, because at a certain point, all the things you did were like unlawful. Like you did some really horrible shit and you are dangerous. Therefore, if you now want to go and play along, like go find some playmates and all that shit, yeah, like this just plays against me. Then men are like, oh, she's better. Oh, she's resentful. Oh, it's a woman who can't handle that. Like she was too much for the man and she wouldn't shut up. And so he left her and now he's doing better. So that's just women the way that they are because men are pitting women against each other. So it's not helping for me in the recent days to have a problem with women and to be bitching about women online because we are pitted against each other and we're supposed to supposedly be working together. And I'm supposed to not be a swerf or whatever. Like I'm not supposed to be a sex work, what are they called? Sex work exclusive radical feminist because I'm not supposed to be offended or annoyed by all of this. And I'm not supposed to see this as a threat to my relatives or other women who don't know better. Other women who are going to get cheated on and fucked over and who are going to have to like be literally treated like shit in conditions where they're like fucking taking care of the home as a kept wife, which they don't identify with to begin with. You loved each other, so you got married and you were happy, and then you raised a family and got a house and you had commitments. And then for some reason out of nowhere, just knocking on the door and you're in the fucking bathroom with your fucking phone following some fucking hooker on fucking OnlyFans, and that's supposed to be empowering for me as a woman. I don't understand how that would be empowering for any woman. So yeah, that's why women bitch about it. And that's why I'm bitching about it. And I'm getting really stressed about it. Because yeah, my side is valid and it is valuable. And I think many women are bitching about stuff like this because this is like midlife. This is the midlife bullshit shit situation that we're like, oh, he would never do that. He would never do that to me. He would never take advantage of those kinds of insecurities that women are fucking put through when they're like 11 years old. When we're 11, 12 years old, we feel like we're not enough because we're not physically wanted. And then we go through that for the rest of our lives. And then we're rated everywhere we go, online, offline, I don't fucking care where. We are treated like either garbage or accepted or garbage or accepted. We are conditioned by all these people on online fucking things to be like, well, if you were pretty, then you wouldn't be treated like this, right? Like even the advertisements for makeup and shit is like, well, if you don't look like this, you should, because you should look like this. And if you don't look like this, it's kind of on you if people treat you like garbage. That's the kind of internalized misogyny I've been sitting with on my whole entire life. So to receive that kind of treatment from an asshole is actually pretty harsh. And I'm not going to be quiet about it. I'm going to be loud about it. Obviously. I think everybody should be loud about it because it's really shitty fucking things to do. And someone's immaturity is not really an excuse when their maturity is an intentionally neglected matter. And when they expect us to manage and hold their emotional maturity for them and to put up with their crap, and then they're like, oh, well, I don't have to do anything about that because I'm in power. I have the control. all you're doing is bitching. And if I don't like the bitching, I'll just leave you, right? Or I'll just exploit you, or I'll just be a psychopath, or whatever. All of it. Anyway, so back to sweet lemons and sour grapes. If, as a child, I was not allowed to express myself, this is going to be harsh because there are values layered on values, layered on values. And I have been furious in the last few days because I shouldn't have to go back to my childhood and question it anymore. I am so tired of how much in my life I have had to adapt and change my behavior so that someone else's comfort would be met, especially given that I was at the fucking bottom and they were doing way better than me to begin with. So the fact that the people in positions of privilege and wealth and comfort who are able to express themselves with physical whatever and to make money and to do all these things that they've been doing want to turn to me and say that I am being prejudiced towards them and causing them distress when I am in distress, it's been something I have put up with probably a billion times over. Like, okay, maybe not a billion, but millions of times I have sat there and I've had to be put through some kind of fucking dominance battle between someone who's like, well, this is just how things are, and if you don't like it, that makes me emotional, or that isn't fair to me. And it's like, well, I actually don't feel like it's fair to me. So you don't feel like it's fair to you, and I don't feel like it's fair to me, and I'm stressed and I'm not doing well as a result of it. But you want me to conform my lived experience and my values and to dismiss my lived experience and values to make space for yours because you are of better socioeconomic background and intelligence and better, you had rich parents that they're like, here, have some money and go to the mall and buy yourself some goth clothes. Oh, okay. And your parents were probably educated too, right? So then you were able to have some tech equipment and sit around and be a little cosplay whore. And I don't give a fuck. I am not defending myself or justifying this anywhere because this is kind of the problem, is that I did allow everybody else to justify their right to speak over me and not actually hear what I was emotionally going through. And every fucking time I took my fucking Christian humility and gave them the space to do so instead of clapping back and saying, actually, my feelings matter too. I didn't say, oh, I would go, oh, their feelings are correct and mine are wrong because I came from the wrong background. I came from the wrong education. I came from church. I was a church kid. I should be ashamed of my life. I was a little homeschooled kid. I didn't have access to education. My parents did not have a university background. They did not have a fucking doctorate. My parents did not have a nice little fucking house in the country or wherever the fuck the rich people live. I was not an only child with a bedroom to myself and my own fucking computer. I was not wealthy enough to have access to those things. I wasn't allowed music. I was not allowed music. I didn't have MTV. I wasn't allowed to watch TV. I wasn't allowed to watch shows. My parents would literally tell us we couldn't watch something or tell us to cover our eyes if we were watching a show and something became sexual. That's what I came from. And that's what I had to deal with the whole fucking time after that. And so, yeah, the moment I left the house, I was like, my background is wrong because I'm poor, because I'm rejected at school, because nobody wants to talk to me, because I'm lonely, because I'm depressed. For the pain I already suffer, I am in the wrong. And maybe if I stop being who I am or who I was raised to be, then maybe I will be accepted. So I spent my life being mostly very fucking lonely. And each time I came across someone who told me that their way was right, I would believe them and I would adopt their culture and I would give up mine to make space for theirs. And I would be educated by them. And I was educated by many people. And I would take away the time that I could have been spending in school or in work or in social experiences or partying or, I don't know, being a sex worker, whatever people do. I don't know. I don't fucking know fuck shit about what these adults have been doing with their fun fucking lives and their luxuries and their money and their exposure. I'm really happy for them all. And it's not like I should be shaming them in response because like wherever they came from is wherever they came from. Everyone has a backstory, but nobody should have to forfeit their backstory to make space for someone else's backstory, which is what I find has been half of my life. Was if I speak up and I say something the way that I think it, I will be treated like I'm stupid. I will be told I'm wrong. I will be corrected, and I will be told that my values are not valid. And yeah, like the moment I left this like sheltered Christian childhood with like, I had one friend in school. I guess I had like 4 or 5 at one point, but mostly in school I had one friend, and then moved from one school to the next. There were a few friends, fair enough. It's not like I didn't have a childhood, but I kind of didn't have a childhood. Like there's a lot of things I wasn't allowed to do or be, and goth was told to me as wrong. So I internalized that. So if I rationalized my entire moral structure, then that means that everything that I know to be true has to be revised again. Because you can take that bottom Jenga piece out and the whole fucking thing falls fucking down. So, was my childhood incorrect yet again? Did I rationalize the inability to self-express when I was told you're not allowed to be sexual, you're not allowed to wear makeup, you're not allowed to watch TV, you're not allowed to listen to music? I had to cope under circumstances which were out of my control. And I had to allow myself to believe someone else's narrative. Therefore, both forms of rationalization would have been occurring. In one way, I would have been so frustrated with not being able to be myself and so enraged that I probably would have been a screaming teenager. And then I would have, which is what I did. And in addition to that, I would have had to found some kind of like alleviating factor, like, oh, well, these must be Christian principles. And if I sacrifice my well-being, then there must be some sort of like virtue, or there must be some sort of reason for it. There must be some kind of reason. I don't want to have to rip apart my childhood all over again. I don't want to have to rip apart who I am and like reassess my entire life, all my values. But it's good. There's a good, strong possibility that when we're kids and we're told what we must be by an outside figure of authority and control and power, we can either rebel or we can adapt. We can adopt it or we can fight it. And I did both. And neither was an option. So, yeah, that's how one day at a time Christian kids get conditioned into rewriting harms and hurts and unpleasant emotions into wants and desires and virtues, and feeling like there must be some redeeming factor, and being vulnerable and just accepting things that we don't want to do and sacrificing and all this stuff. Yep. And not having boundaries and all that. We can fight, we can discuss this or dissect it on any level. But yep, all of that essentially right from the start, when there was a falling out in my family and I was at fault and blamed for it, because I refused to apologize for it, my entire projection onto my siblings' offspring was out of a terror that one day they're going to look around at their situation and go, oh, this is all a lie. I need to run away from home. I need to find myself all over again because everything I was told was a lie. And I need to deny myself my truth. And I need to doubt myself. And I need to adopt other people's values. And all this time, I need to be a martyr and let people walk all over me because that is the right thing to do. Which is what I had to do. And what I worry for them is going to be a very painful fucking life. And it's so fucking unnecessary that if they just, all I tried to do was offer money for school so that they would be set for life, because that's the best we can do. That's the best you can hope for with nephews and nieces, is like, you definitely want them to write their, especially if they're homeschooled, write their tests, get accredited, whatever, the province, whatever, and then go to university or college. That's it. Just make sure you have some form of income to self-support, and that you get some exposure to the world through an intellectual space, rather than getting sucked up into the world, as they call it, and being thrown to the wolves. Because it didn't work so good for me anytime that it's happened. It's been really like a bare miss. Like, and each time I was like, well, I guess God kept me alive. Yeah, that's a really fucked up thing to leave a kid to do. So being in that position of like, oh shit, they're going to go through a hard time like I did. And that I'm worried and scared and sad for their long-term adjustment. And what I wrote is I have yet to grieve how hurt I am by exhausting myself over my lifetime, carrying distress without being seen for it. If people get mad at me for judging when judging is required for me to cope, it isn't my problem if they like it or not. My pain is bigger to me than theirs. That's true. No one else's pain is ever going to be your problem as much as your pain. If someone else is deeply hurt and wounded and affected by you being wounded and affected, guess what, buddy? My wounding is a much bigger deal to me than yours. And if that's a problem, you need to step away and go deal with yours elsewhere, because the right call for you is to deal with your wounding on your own, not to demand someone else put aside their hurt and their distress to make space for your need to be taken care of and for your values to be. You're demanding for me to be sycophantic to your feelings and needs, which you were already fucking padded for life. You were already given more than enough. It is very difficult for someone like me, from the position I'm in and with the level of scarcity I've experienced, to look at someone else's situation and not be enraged and feel like other people are so fucking entitled to emotional experiences that I'm not entitled to provide them with, not at the cost of my own fucking emotions, which no one fucking told me until AI. I went 40 years of my life living this way until AI finally explained it. And therapy kind of did, but like, it was like a slow chip away at like how my life experience wronged me when I was not set for life, when I didn't have that exposure at the time that everyone else was developing it. I was developmentally delayed, or outside of the norms of just suburban childhood. And it's not really anyone's fault, but it was a form of deprivation. And I also don't even blame my parents. They weren't in a position to do any different. And if my parents, and this was like the 90s, right? And the 2000s, so it was different back then. But if they didn't want us to see things that they were worried would result in a lifestyle that would make things hard for us, the best they could do was show us their culture and then leave us to go out in the world and figure it out. So I'm not going to blame anybody, and I cannot blame myself either. But I also can't keep living in shame of people being like, oh, your values are culturally inappropriate to ours, when your culture was fucking embraced and had scaffolding and mine did not. So go fuck yourself at this point is my thoughts and feelings. Go get help. Go get therapy. Go get people who are aplenty to surround you with your narrative, which you will find many to do, because you're on the side of society where you are supported by many, many, many people who had the same kind of lifestyle as you. And the internet tends to side with all of these people who I don't find myself represented in any space I go. I find that all I do is attract people who think that we're having an argument about whether or not theirs is right or wrong, which it's not. Like, you have your stuff, I have my stuff. It's just I don't have to accept your shit anymore. Anyway, they will get over it. I'm still not over it, and I'm not safe yet. My ultimate resentment lately, I have lost fantasy and desire for all novelty or imagination or creativity, like living in a mansion or a cherry orchard or a house for my sister's children, for the offspring that deserved to have the same childhood that we did, which I was never able to obtain because I was never able to afford that. But I would have liked that. That's what I wanted, and that's what I'd hoped for, and that's what my stated goals were. But I have no way to achieve that. So I would have liked all of that fantasy stuff that I was shown by my relatives who were like, oh, look at how lovely life can be. And then the boomers did fucking nothing to inform us on how life actually works to make it possible for us to achieve that. So my resentment right now is just within the realm of I can't afford imagination anymore. I've lost my sense of creativity. I've lost my dreams were never attainable by me, but they were attainable by privileged people who now occupy the island that I no longer live on, for one thing. That there's a lot of resentment, right? That's why there's so much anger. It's because it's coming from places. I barely get to dream anything. I have lost all whimsy. My exposure to certain people and places and lifestyles caused me to lose mine. I am late to being deeply ashamed of what I have never actually understood was beyond my means. I've been ashamed this whole time for not being able to achieve things that were beyond my means because I didn't understand how it functionally worked. My disdain and contempt are jealousy for what I did not have means to access. My contempt is strongest for people, which makes it a hate thing, who were careless or extortive of me. Okay, well, if you're going to be careless of me and extortive of me and I hate you back for it, guess what? Justified. Anyone who saw me struggling and left me that way, I will discredit their culture because their ways are a threat to me, and their kin and their emotional reactions and their cultures are fucking irrelevant to me. Again, remember, this is all just journaling. We can say whatever we want in journaling, and then we can repeat it vocally, and we can think about it, we can reflect on it. Maybe I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, oh well. So why do I hate goths? Because I never got to be one, because I never noticed them, because they weren't in my town and I never saw one. I didn't go to the mall, couldn't afford it. Always subconsciously assumed myself inferior to them. Wasn't allowed to be one. Barriers. No money. Isn't an expensive hobby to be a goth? I think so. Is it because I had to use the sour grapes or sweet lemons bullshit and like veer into asceticism and moral thoughts and beliefs about money, given that I didn't have any? You know, like if you don't have money, what you're going to do is you're going to develop a philosophy that justifies the fact that you don't have any. You're not going to blame your parents, and you're not going to blame people around you and hate people because you don't have access to wealth. You're going to be fucking frustrated that you can't figure it out. And it is frustrating, and you do feel like a fucking idiot. So sometimes the way out of that frustration loop is to be like, you know what? Maybe money is wrong. Maybe money makes people feel like shit. Maybe fuck money. Maybe fuck all of this. But then I think, oh, well, they can't help that they were born into their life situations. This is their culture. This is who they are. This is what they were raised to be. And I cannot blame or hate people for who they are when it was outside of their control too. I do get that. I do see that. I do notice way too many fucking thoughts on a daily basis because I have to keep up. right? I sometimes think and feel that way about goths or just visual people who decorate themselves. And I do try to have compassion, but they are all so fucking superficial and shallow because they choose to be. And at a certain point, it's like, to what extent are you choosing to be shallow and superficial? Is that a lifestyle choice? Is that your identity? They dress to threaten and scare. That's an interesting question. That's a really interesting thing. Why? Why do goths and metalheads and all these people dress in a way that is alarmist, threatening, intimidating, scary, and borderline satanic? If they're not doing it to assert fear and dominance over people who do not do that. If other people feel uncomfortable around them, did they not dress to make others uncomfortable? Therefore, is it not valid to those who feel uncomfortable to feel uncomfortable around people who dress to make others uncomfortable? I've never understood that one. And I'm not allowed to talk about it or ask questions about it either. Not out loud. They dress to threaten and scare, so why should I extend sympathy and compassion I don't have? Why should I find it, contemplate it, or revise my thinking to accommodate this trash lifestyle? Cool. So now, why do I call it a trash lifestyle? I'm going to ask myself that honestly, and I answer it honestly. Satanic. That's going to be scary to people who are raised within any kind of Christian space. I think that that's why. I think that they do it to intimidate the Christians. That's been a long on-standing thing. That's actually what these cultures evolved to be, really. All of them. All of them intentionally evolved with satanic imagery to put on the whole, ooh, it's scary, right? And the Christians are like, yes, I'm actually scared. That unsettles me. And it's not because I'm an adult Christian who has an adult capacity to figure that shit out. They can also be people who were children put into a circumstances where they needed to live with this level of mentality, where they were indoctrinated into not being able to process or reason through these things, and they are literally viscerally terrified of you. These are conflicting things, and I would like to have answers on both sides. I'm not trying to justify myself. I am trying to find a middle fucking ground that makes sense, because I have to sit with the fact that these kids are going to be scared one day and taken advantage of, probably screwed over and harmed. And I won't be able to do anything about that. I'll have dementia. So am I worried? A little bit. I find goths and sex workers vain, shallow, childish. I find they use sexuality to attract everyone. I find that narcissistic. I find them snobs. I find that music scene kids are wealthy and entitled, and they have only child syndromes, and they expect to be waited on. They expect to be handed money. They are histrionic and narcissistic. They are sex obsessed, and I don't think that's necessarily the best thing for society. I think that they use looks to dominate and bully women more than men. Commanding undeserved authority through intimidation tactics, girl boss, power status to make gentler, quieter people take up less space so that they have a right to shut them down in the little conventional societies, little bully. Yeah, I feel like there was maybe one goth group in town when I was a kid. And I remember my friend was like, oh, those people are cool, right? And I looked at them and I was like, no, those people are fucking scary. But they did have like a clique, you know, like we talk to each other and we ignore everyone else. We're friends to each other and we're assholes to everyone else. Like, you want to be cool like us, you have to dress like us. And then conformity thing, the conformity bias of being part of a clique of shitty little teenagers, which many of them have not outgrown. So they self-justified their bullying. I think that they were martyrs that shamed others, but overreacted when shamed. I found that I find them to be morally superior, but then accusing others of being morally superior or less intelligent or less cultural, which is a really shitty thing to do. If you have access to culture and someone else doesn't have access to culture and you want to intimidate them because they don't have access to culture, but you're cultured, that's just literally shitty human behavior. So when people say you always have to have the last word to a person with self-control, oh, this is different. I have been in the last 2 days just like, and if I have an idea or thought that it feels real, this is an authenticity journaling thing. My therapist was like, you need to do authenticity journaling because the AI is taking something away from people. People are pulling back on their own authenticity because when engaging with AI, we forfeit our own truths by listening to theirs. And by taking a step back from AI, the therapist thinks that I will be able to process my stuff better if I also do one-on-one with myself time instead of turning to AI, which is also a supportive way to journal and get response and to think through how something would. It's like a simulated conversation, but it's also like helpful information that's new or outside of us. But we can do a lot of personal self work and shadow work by just looking through our own, like, the internet would say I'm in my Sophia phase. That's like my Sophia empath phase, is some Jungian shit, where I'm doing shadow work. I'm just like, all this stuff is coming out of me. There's something wrong. I need to sort it out. These emotions and thoughts are coming up, and I can keep being harmed by them being suppressed, or I can put them out there, hear myself say them, listen to them, and ask myself why these things are happening and sort of solve it, which is what I do with my life always. I'm always thinking because I always think that the more we think, the better we can get at solving and finding patterns and truths. And you can't do CBT if you're not going to journal what your issues are, right? You need to have information and beliefs and thoughts that you think are true, even if they're wrong or even if they're arguable, right? Even if they're not true, especially if they're not true, we want to like address them. Because if we don't address them, we hold them in and we feel like we need to just keep sacrificing our own integrity to make space for others. And that's going to do nothing. Oh, well, you know, you were doing a very good job when you land on the basket. Was it because you wanted to go poop? You were thinking about going poop, hey? Did you poop in the basket? Oh, did you poop somewhere else that's not the basket? Because that's not good. That means I'm going to have to fucking find it. I'm going to go find it and clean it up. How come you're not pooping? You must not know. You must need to go poop. Can you do that, please? It would be good if you did. So where did you poop? Well, I didn't see it, so I guess you're not in trouble, right? Is that how it works? Cool. That's not preferably how it works going forward, but you're not intelligent enough. You're not a fucking human child. So I'm annoyed. Are you going to poop in your basket? Can you do that? Can you try? Okay. Anyway, so lots of spontaneous thoughts. Like I said, when I'm doing the dishes, the thoughts come up, and it's like, it's hard because we fight with thoughts and beliefs and feelings in our head that aren't true all the time, but we believe them and we build our narrative out of them, and we take all those thoughts and feelings and we percolate and we ruminate and we carry broken schemas and broken narratives and broken thought patterns that are reinforced by how often we ruminate over them, which can be helpful because it can tell us the story that we need to be better address. It can be still worth it with authenticity to be like, even if these things are wrong, I'm not going to tell myself that I am wrong for thinking them. Anybody could think these things. Anybody can think these things. Therefore, is a person wrong for thinking that anything that a human being can think? Are we so cruel as a species that we are going to attack and bully people for thinking things that are against one culture or another? Or is it still like conflict inducing to make people feel shame or to cut them down for thinking things that are not mainstream accepted or whatever, cancelable or whatever, you know, like canceling definitely sets an opinion out there that it's not tolerated by the group that has the most power. But and often it's for good reason, and often it should be discussed. Often we should talk about things out loud that are not cool, and we shouldn't be silenced or muzzled or shut down or told to shut up or told that we can't talk about things by certain, like, it's just awful. And that's why I'm just on here all the time, not giving a shit often. Like, I can give a shit sort of, but I also can't I can't go out of my way to live in a painful way that's like inauthentic to me. I'd be happy to sort these things out. That's the whole point. That's what I'm doing, right? There's more than what many people do. And it's crazy because, like, I've noticed that there's an irony or a paradox to that, in that, like, when I question things, I'm like, I don't know, man. And then I say out loud, I don't know, man. What is blah, 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 blah? And then people are just like, either approval or shut it down, right? Like, they will attack you for saying things out loud that should only be thought in our heads. What? Like, what is so offensive that it should only be thought in our head as a human being who has a thought in their head? Those are thoughts we're having in our heads. If we leave them in our heads, they're much more dangerous to people than if we talk about them out loud. And when we talk about things out loud, if people are triggered and emotional and they shut us down for saying things out loud that should be considered and thought through, then that's all part of the process. But using emotions to shut people down and say, no, you shouldn't be able to speak because that is offensive to the majority, it's poor form, it's bad etiquette. They don't say you could talk about it over here or there. Well, they did. They invented the internet and they said, talk about it in there. Talk about it to people that you can't really get into conflict with. It will dope the masses if we give them social media and let them talk about their feelings online, but not ever in person in a professional capacity. And now we're leaking out. So we need to figure this out, because if we're going to talk about it online and then we can't talk about it in person, then we brought problems, right? And now we've got AI. They've created AI to keep people addicted to talking about their feelings in privacy. Yeah. Okay. Anyway. So when people say you always have to have the last word to a person with self-control and impulsivity and compulsive speaking issues, it is abuse to wind up a person who doesn't know how to stop talking under trauma by presenting it as a dominance thing or need to win, when it's a matter of no control, no self-control, and people being shamed for not having self-control. Lack of self-control is associated with psychopaths, and it's also associated with people of very poor socioeconomic background. Those two things are both true, because executives have great executive functioning and poor people have extremely poor executive functioning. It's almost like executive functioning is the dominant currency in society, and if you don't have it, you will suffer. And they call that reverse manipulation. Really, like, it's like what do they call that? There's abuse, and then there's shit. What's the word that they're always saying online these days? Like reactive abuse. If you wind someone up so much that they're in a state of emotional, like, distress, and they talk and talk and talk more, there are people like that. There are people that when you get them going, you wind them up and you get them going and you set them off, and then they will not shut up because they're expressing a trauma survival thing. And they lose that. Remember only applies to people who've had therapy. It doesn't apply to people who haven't. But in therapy, for those who have not had it, they say that your rational cognitive processes shut down when you're in a highly emotional state, which is part of, like, when your limbic system, that's the thing in the middle of your brain, your primitive brain, your monkey brain, your lizard brain, whatever you want to call it. That's the part of your brain that is where the amygdala is, and it goes, like, it misfires or overfires you get reactive, right? Your amygdala starts flooding you with emotional hormones. Your body gets emotional. You start to get like emotional somatic response symptoms, right? If your amygdala is going off, if your limbic system is going off, if your emotional system has gone off, then they call that your sympathetic system, because that's your sympathetic nervous system. Your sympathetic nervous system is responding to cues in your environment that are setting it off, a bottom-up process. Or can be top down. If you're freaking yourself out just with your own thoughts, then that would be your brain being set off by your internal brain process, right? Anyway, the parasympathetic nervous system is the thing that calms you down when you're overly emotionally like high strung. Like, my nervous system feels fine to me right now, but if I'm living in a constant state of overwhelmed nervous system, then I'm going to present as a person who is like neurologically not well. Which I guess I do, you know, I'm getting used to that. Oh, that's the other thing I was gonna. The concept of like getting used to self-degradation is something I need to ask the AI about. Ask AI the phenomena of identifying with the internalized shame and self-degradation roles that society puts on us or classifies. This is sociology stuff. Humans into being embraced as strengths, as an example of Sweet Lemons, brutal example, fat society is shitty. Because society is shitty, we cope with taking back with body positivity in socially denigrated roles. Another thing is the word that my family fucking loses their shit at me every time I say it, and most of society does if you use the R word. Even if a person has disabilities and identifies with it as a positive, which there are some that do, and they have a sense of humor about it. There's people who identify with it, and there's people who don't. And if the word is used, and that's why it's making a comeback, if a person's like, wow, I am that word, this is a sad thing, we should not use that word, then you're telling them that there's something wrong with them using that word. But if you're like, reclaim it, it's your word, you can use it if you want, and they do, and they make funny jokes, and they make funny reels, and there's people who feel like they're embracing it. I'm not gonna tell someone what word they can or can't identify with, because I think anybody should be able to identify with whatever word makes sense to them, even if society makes you feel like shit for it. But at the same time, I don't know where to sort this out in my head, because I don't know why it's applying. And obviously I'm having a nervous breakdown, right? So I don't know what to do with it. And I'm spiraling out of mood states, apparently. Because then I'm like, oh, is it sour grapes? Did I find that society was mistreating me so much for example, poverty. And then it became so hurtful I couldn't cope. Therefore, one, I could rationalize and say, well, I didn't want money to begin with. Or two, I could become Buddhist and ascetic and be like, I am more enlightened because I don't have money. And I will make a living of this. I will use the fact that I am unable to access this level of income or financial knowledge or insight. And I will accept that even though I come from these things that other people bully, or I have these social or character attributes that others reject, I will find a way to live with that. Like, especially when mental health kicked in, when they were like, oh, you're bipolar. I was like, well, then I'm fucking screwed, aren't I? Socially speaking, like there is no future for me. First of all, I won't be able to work. That's not going to help. Because I won't be able to be consistent and I won't be able to rely on when I'm manic and when I'm not. So I'm fucked. And then on top of that, I'm also going to just need to be triggered for the rest of my life by other people saying comments that aren't true about people who are crazy. So that's great. It's just another thing to add on the pile. However, if I can take all this pain being thrown at me and compress it and turn it into a diamond and revert that and transmute it and turn it into something great for society, which I tried to by being like, oh, I'm a psychic. Psychics can be poor. They're like the only people that can be poor. They're the only people that can be like, I don't believe in money, but you can donate some if you want, and I will give you my spiritual insight. I have spiritual insight, but I can't afford an education, and I lost my access to an education. I couldn't go to school. And other people would be like, well, then just try harder, do it again. You try and then fail and get back up again. And I was like, yeah, not in a manic episode, I can't. So cool, fuck off. I figured this out. I was like, well, this will make it all work, right? Doesn't make it all work when someone's going to make me feel like shit for being giving and helpful and leaving my lifestyle behind, spending my money, moving into their home, cleaning their home for 2 solid years, taking care of them, putting up with their fucking episodes, putting up with their shit, putting up with their garbage, and putting up with their denigrating fucking behavior that makes me feel like garbage, then those kinds of things will challenge my ability to be kind going forward, because it's going to give me compassion fatigue. And it's going to make me wonder why I was ever so stupid that I gave to my friends for free, why I ever let myself become that poor, why I just thought, well, since I'm never getting off of this island and I will never have money and I will never have a career, then why don't I just give up and go on disability and be with the people who aren't shit, the only people in the world who aren't shit, which are these people all around me who are fucking dying of fucking fentanyl overdose and sleeping in the bush, because these are the only people in my life that are real, and I don't know how to help them, and I'm not able to help them or myself, and I accept that. And that was when enlightenment happened. That's when life became so special and so perfect and so valuable that I couldn't imagine anything else, because I couldn't do anything more. And I finally just accepted it. And when I accepted it, it was like I wasn't fighting anything anymore. And I was happy. And that's the happy that I wanted my ex to join me in. Like, I was like, this is I'm set. This is the best lifestyle. This is the best place. And it's not because rich people like it. And it's not because it's a tourist attraction. It's because it's the only place left in the country where the vulnerable can live until they die. But, and then I felt like so much guilt because I left them there. And I promised I'd be back, and then they didn't come back. So I survived and they didn't. And I feel survival guilt. I feel like a lot of things. And even though back home they would just give and give and give, like for free, everything. If you needed something, they would give. They didn't have anything to give, and they would still give, and they would still be like good people, and they would give beyond what they had to give. But that changes when you meet someone who exploits care, when a person is so needy that they need to be cared for in the narcissistic capacity, or they need to exploit sympathy and giving and care and effort, and they don't really recognize that there's an entitlement occurring. They just expect it, and if they don't get it and they don't sustain it, they panic, so they exploit further, and they make themselves sick to get care, and they do drugs to create a reaction so that others will be forced to care. That kind of psychological damage after several years will turn a person into a place where they don't know how to have authentic care anymore. And so I'm even further worried. Like, I was already worried when I left. I left because I was like, I need to pay attention to the family. I need to make sure that my family is okay and that they don't end up in some of the circumstances I've ended up in. I don't need them to live in fear, and I don't need them to be taken advantage of or exploited behind the scenes, in hidden places where people can get away with really horrible shit. Can you poop in the basket, please? Therefore, I need to make sure that this kind of thing doesn't happen to them. And yet I brought that same fucking shit into my family all over again. I brought it on me. I brought it on them. Everything I tried to do things for, ironically, went very fucking wrong. And now I'm fucked up. And I'm not getting better. And that's why we're going to do more shadow work, and we're going to rearrange our foundation all the fuck over again. Because even though I thought that being purely happy was an indication of the best kind of life one can possibly have, and that I had finally found, and I would never experience that kind of pain again. I was like, I could die here happy, and I was sure. And now I'm just terrified all over again, because now I have a whole other layer of bullshit. You know what it says right here? It says, Connor is the bane of my existence. That's a fun poetic thing to say. Hey, you are the bane. You, Connor, you are the bane of my existence. You know what that means? Do you know what that means? You are the bane of my existence. You want to go Google it? No? Why are you stuck? Were you really stuck, or were you being dramatic? Are you okay? Are you fine? You're just being dramatic because you don't like that I'm saying no. It's not that you don't need, I'm saying no, and you're saying no to me saying no. But actually, I'm saying no, right? So I'm saying, fuck off. I don't want to cuddle right now. Nope. Fuck off, bud. Okay. Because Christian kids are going to be raised up with this idea that you should raise up a child in the way that they should go, and when they're old, they will not depart from it. And right now, my leading thought or value is like, everything you shelter a child from is what you release them into. And I know you can only do your best when you're raising a kid, and nobody's a good or a bad parent, right? Obviously, you'd think it would be obvious that nobody is heartless like that, and that they're going to say you're a bad parent. It's just that a culture or a cult, sure, will raise many children to believe in a world that doesn't exist outside of that culture. So that was a concern, and I went through that concern, and I was really, really upset about it. And now lately, I have all this additional shame because my ex is acting like what they would call a sinner, and the relationship fell apart. And now I have to live with all these embarrassments of the failure of that, which is something I don't experience very often, is like what will other people think of me thing. I don't experience that. Narcissists do all the time. But I do have to put up with this now, because everything that I was proud of in that relationship is now a proof of my failure. And there's some really painful things that have been ripped down because of that. Like, I have to carry all this stuff in front of my family without him, because he's a coward, and he's not there for it. I'm just going to have to be there for it. I'm going to carry all this shit alone. And he doesn't have honor, integrity, morals, or like social respect or recognition or the capacity for it. So we have to just be lenient and understand that his theory of mind isn't really there. So poor him, he doesn't understand, and then that means that I have to understand more because they don't, and it's frustrating. But meanwhile, now their family are more justified in their underlying values, such as, well, our relationship must have not worked out because we're cinders, or because of the gender things, or because of the LGBTQ things, or because of the mental health things. All of that is now justified to this family, and they can now tell their kids, well, this is why it didn't work out. It's because all our beliefs are justified. And now I have to also sit with that and be like, oh, I guess this is like a strategic, like they win and I lose thing. Like in all the values that are like the worst, to be like, yeah, this is why you cut us off from the family anyway, right? Because the LGBTQ thing? Is that why? Because all your sisters were gay? Okay. Anyway, can't have gays in the family. That's kind of what it came across as. But anyway, being cut off from a family because of the church and everything is hard. And it's been hard for everybody. But the really hard part is like when we were doing well as a relationship, it was like, okay, so it's a win, you know, it's a success story, because it's like, okay, two people with mental health issues that are that severe can make it work, and they are capable of making it work, and they are making it work, and we were making it work, and we were good. We were happy. We could have had that life. But you know what? Somebody else couldn't handle their fucking shame complex and needed to use drugs to induce a mental health episode, which tells me that it wasn't really real mental health. It was semi-real mental health. And that is insulting to people with actual mental health issues. Not that this person didn't induce their own actual mental health issues, but they're causing an integrity issue by using drugs to cause that, because they're in pain. Therefore, they're going to make everybody else at risk of their actions. And now I'm left carrying the story and the narrative for these kids. And I'm going to be like, well, where did Uncle so-and-so go? Oh, well, he did a bunch of drugs because he doesn't give a fuck about you. And then he went crazy. But people with mental health, they're still good people. It was all an accident. And yeah, there's no other adult side of the narrative. I just have to tell you the nice story, which is that people with mental health issues can't help it. But I won't be there when you're an adult to tell you when your partners are acting like this that they can help it. It's just that the child version is that that people with mental health issues aren't less than, you know, and I wouldn't want these kids to get like eugenic impressions. You know, I wouldn't want them to believe in eugenics. I want them to believe that if they ever have mental health issues, I don't want them to feel like shit about themselves. And I guess included. If these kids ever leave the confines of the world that's been created for them and they go out into the world and they become coke addicts, I will hope for them. I won't pray. I will hope that they make it through. And I will hope that there are people in their life who go on them easier than I am able to at this time, and find the patience and the tolerance and try to understand that they have addiction issues and that it's not their fault. And I will try to do that. But I also will say, if someone's making their addiction a problem for you and they're using it to manipulate and control you, it's not going to show that easily if you're a compassionate Christian who's been told to forgive and forgive and forgive and forgive and forgive until you die. You're not going to see it that way. You're not going to know that boundaries have been crossed and that someone's using their mental health and they are harming themselves to harm you, which is crazy. And a little bit more like what Satan would suggest. So, you know, the Satanists are like, no, we're against harm. But no, Satan himself is not against harm, right? You all know that. You all know that much about what spirituality means and why we call things satanic is because they're evil, not because they like hardcore. Like, we didn't call it that because Satanism is just a show that we put on display for fun. We call it that because there are evil things in the world that actually will harm you, because evil wants to harm you. And people who fuck around with demons will fuck around with bad energy, and they will entertain that kind of energy. And anyone who entertains that kind of fucking energy is going to use that kind of energy against you too. Fuck off, you little demon! What is your problem? God damn. I am going to get some holy water and throw it at your face, and if the demons are in there, I don't want them in there anymore. You possessed little gremlin. You are a pain in the ass. My child is not evil. My child is just doing his best. Anyway, yeah, these are the worries that I've had for like 3 years while my family won't talk about it. You know, my fate that I didn't want them to have, I have just had again in front of them, and I am now extra worried. But in their moral world, they're going to be like, oh, but that won't happen to us. That won't happen to our kids, because our kids were raised Christian and they weren't interfered with by the LGBTQ community or anything on the outside of here. They weren't messed up with. Their morals will stay intact, and they are good, and nothing bad will happen to them. Okay, no, that makes them bait. That makes them more vulnerable than anybody on the planet, and they will put up with so much more because they think they need to forgive it. And then they will walk themselves right into horrifying fucking traps that they don't know better not to walk into, because nobody told them how actual boundaries work. And I am in the position where I have to sit and watch all of this fucking happen and do and say fucking nothing to keep the peace. What peace? What peace am I keeping here? I'm just not going to fear for the future. I'm going to be like no fear, because that's what Christians do. Oh, okay. Well, having seen both sides of the situation, I'm going to stand with where I'm at now. And I'm going to be like, well, you know what? Using us and our failed relationship and our mental health issues as a reason to treat us like even worse shit is something that I did worry about. And I thought that we would be able to overcome that. And I thought we were both, on the same page, that we were going to be a mental health success story, not a failure. But not everybody was on the same page, because some people just want to chase after goth bitches. So, well done. I guess they won't like goth bitches in this family either. And Christians and the church will continue to say, hey, maybe goth bitches and whores come from Babylon, or whatever they say, fucking Jezebels, whatever, right? That's going to keep going on and on and on in this family, at least, and every other fucking family that's ever been indoctrinated into Christianity, because you have all set a precedent for them to fucking judge and fear, legitimately fear, because this is why this shit is not cool. And we figure it out when we're 40. We don't figure it out when we're teenagers. We figure it out when we're adults, and we take on adult responsibilities, and we think about scary things instead of just using scary stuff to intimidate people into thinking what we think, which is what I think they do at this time, but maybe what I think is incorrect or temporary. But anyway, everything I previously proudly defended is in crisis. And now I can be used as a case example by their lifestyle and their family, and by learning young minds as the archetype for what sin or evil look like. And I did the same my whole life by observing. No, I did the same by observing my family all my life in archetypal form. It is the most significant way we leave impacts and legacies with our descendants, and with guidance as our relatives. And for our relations, the best thing we can do is live with our best intentions at heart and be as authentic as possible. And unfortunately, we don't really control what kids see, but we can share with them our best self, and we all hope for that. Like, we all hope that in times of pain and trouble, like, our what we had to share will be remembered. Like that is what the world used to be like. I don't know, but now that we have Facebook constantly throwing garbage at our faces, but back in the old day, we'd be like, oh, what would my grandpa say about this? Or what would my mom say about this? Or what would my dad say about this? What would my siblings say about this? These are like the things that we honor because these are our family, these are our kin, this is our culture. And we live with the archetypes and the people in our lives that left an impression on us. Unless the entertainment industry picks people up and puts them up on entertainment, and then kids are like, oh, when I'm a grown up, I will turn to what this musician said or what that musician said, and I will put higher authority and validity in what some fucking teenage icon said in the music industry than I will my own kin. So when we reject our heritage and our origin, we kind of bring a lot of shit onto ourselves. I'm not saying that like as a blank statement, but every culture ever in history has always been like, listen to the wisdom of your culture, listen to the wisdom of your family, listen to all of your relations, listen to the people who have shared the best of what they could with you. Even if they fucked it up, one day that will make sense too. Just keep paying attention and use that as your wisdom and your guide. Listen to your family as your compass and make your own decisions, obviously, but don't just overwrite the wisdom that's been given and shared with you because that is the best that they could do or be for you. And please see that when you're in those moments and you see that they were what they could be, they were doing it out of love, and try to see the love. Try to find the side of them that was trying to show you the love that was offered, not the side of them that causes the criticism or the questioning or the doubt, because that is not who they were trying to be for you. And they were also trying to be there for you in ways that they didn't have the means to do yet, or off scene, the worries and things that we have for people that we care about. We can't do anything more. The frustration is there and we try our best, but we cannot always bring what we hope to share with people we care about. So if people are living their lives out of love, they will see the love in people they care about. And if they are hurt, they will just see the monster, right? And we should probably see both, realistically, from time to time. We should probably see both. Anyway, number 1, I was inspired by asceticism at a young age, and I maintained poverty valuation, like my mother told me to. Whether a value generated by me or instilled onto me, shaped, accidental, religious, cultural, my take on film and arts and movies and liberal arts propaganda, Scrooge McDuck. Back then, millennials were constantly bombarded with money is bad, don't become like the rich. And here we are. We're mostly in agreement that the rich suck, but then people still seek out consumerism and dress themselves in such a way that they have access to consumerism while simultaneously saying that capitalism is bad. They use themselves as capitalism billboards while saying capitalism is bad. That's not going to take down a billionaire, I don't think. I think it's going to tell the billionaires that they're justified. But for sure, do self-express as the entertainment industry suggests that you do. Anyway, I personally took it to the extreme, and I honor my dedication, and I need to stay in this mindset because my family is closer to poverty on the whole and closer to Christianity on the whole than they are to wealth, and probably will be, which is what makes us vulnerable and morally valuable to society. Maybe. Does it? Or are we all collectively useless and shameworthy because we have nothing, as society has made us feel? Because I won't ever be able to overcompensate for that financial goal of being able to protect my family with any kind of financial leverage or comfort or stability. I've tried, and effort has taken so much out of me, and I've pushed myself in that direction so many times, and every now and then I have to stop and do what I'm doing now, and that is process. And none of this is ever going to be lucrative, because I spoke with my heart and my integrity and my thoughts, and I committed to being this poor person in a channel by themselves talking about whatever, without an audience and without any kind of influence aside from the algorithms, because they're always watching and they know. But personally, I have no power and I'm anti-power. So I'm not sure how I'm going to have power if I'm anti-power. And if I'm for poverty, then I'm not really much of an example for my family, right? All that shame language, all that shame thought. If my family is going to be poor, they are not going to be able to use money to protect themselves. Even though my aunts and the boomers were able to give us gifts at Christmas and stuff, which we're not allowed to do now because we're poor. The story, it's a big story. Anyway, I'm not going to get into that. But anyway, I already mentioned Ask the AI, the phenomena of identifying with internalized shame and self-degradation roles that gives us a sense of like pride as pride. Self-degradation as pride is an interesting as pride as coping mechanism. I've thought on that a great deal, and I will continue to think on everything a great deal, because as a poor person, I have no other obligations but to think. Okay, shame will always be an exaggerated emotion that we experience when receiving help or assistance or resources from people in our lives more equipped or qualified or capable of helping us than we are capable of helping ourselves. We will feel shame. But that is the nature of life. We are dependent on all those who serve us by offering services to us, the paid professionals. So kids will already feel overwhelming shame that is undue in the form of incompetence and inadequacy naturally, whether we actually were shamed or not. Examples: getting help with taxes, speaking to government agents on the phone. That's adult shame. Kids don't have to do that, but kids have parents, teachers, they're corrected by elders, they're corrected by their peers. That is the worst. And then it conditions us to stay in a place of humility and shame and subservience. And when the emphasis is on humility, it can be healthy and compassionate, because we make space to respect those in powers or capacity as our elders without feeling stunted by the power dynamic. In a world where everyone is driven by success and accomplishment, that's upper class shit. The upper classes. And everyone has a natural right to the means to get good at something altruistic and helpful to society, then we would form naturally. We would naturally develop pride, power, and authority that is gained by helping or serving others. But when we are overly preoccupied with shame, while also having nothing we are good at offering or giving or helping others with, we are less humility-oriented and more shame-oriented, because we have no outlet. No outlet. However, over-serving others, having compassion fatigue or distress from being care or trust exploited will also disrupt any healthy desire to just seek work, as if work would make us feel better rather than worse. Big one. Big star, I'm going to walk up into an ADEP office in Alberta and be like, hey, so you know how you're pushing people to work so that they can make money and you can save funding by starting this ADEP thing? You're pushing people to work. You don't seem to understand that for some, work doesn't make them have a sense of confidence and self-mastery and happiness, right? You understand that people who came from exploitation to begin with feel exploited by being used for labor to make money for you at no benefit to themselves. They're going to owe more taxes than they can gain. When they do their taxes, they're going to get no return because they made $500 a month while on disability. You understand that for them, that's not a perk. Do you get that? Yeah, I hope you guys get that. The government needs to fucking get that and maybe stop pushing people to do things that make them feel bad, even if that's work. And even if work is allegedly supposed to come with perks, some people don't want to work if it makes them feel like garbage, which is many people. Many people feel like garbage when they're working, except for artists, middle class, wealth people who are making money by doing something they love. But the people who are doing money doing something they don't love because it's necessary to society usually tend to be the poor people, and they're poor because they're doing that, right? Someone on Discord just said something, but I don't. I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing here. I have to separate this because I have pages and pages of journal, but where did I leave off last time? Is this my authenticity journal? Yeah, it is. Okay, goals, therapy, blah, 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 blah. Oh, and then I took some notes. Where did I leave off? And I don't even know which of this should be shared with the... Oh, my friend said gratitude, perspective, and self-care are the important things to focus on. I wrote that down. I seem to be losing interest in everything eventually, even my most valued things. Value, stability, paradox. I'm 41 years in and I have none. Fixed stability, not something I will ever achieve. It's impossible to have stability if I've never had it. That's CBT. That's fucking easy. That's like one thought record. CBT, thought record right there. Easy. You can disprove that one when you're not depressed. That's easy. You got this. Okay. It's too late to have it. Paradox, irony, whatever. My resentment is toward how many times I have invested joy and hope into a lifestyle just to lose it again. There is no point in taking actionable goals. So it's defeatist. You're being defeatist is what you're doing right now. And you are feeding the helplessness, learned helplessness wolves. You know this. Learned helplessness. Helplessness. You're feeding that, honey. Okay. Financial stability might be the stability I need to replace my need for emotional or narrative stability, or emotional or family, or some ideological childish notion of home, which I have diminished my right to have because I'm so used to not being able to have it, or not being able to rely on it, or for it to keep getting pulled out from under my fucking feet like a rug, that I'm at a point where my ideological notion of home is long gone, and I won't allow myself to feel a desire for home, and I won't even go home. Even though I know where home is, I'm too afraid, and I'm diminishing my need to have that. And I'm pushing myself to be here and trying to force myself to get good at work and to get better at going to school and getting all the accreditation, because I know it's the right thing to do in the long run. Like, go back to university this time, make it, you will feel better if you do that. And then when you get out, you can go home. But by then everybody will be dead. So that's life. The memories are always there. I will never have a home, and I need to get over it. I trusted someone I shouldn't have. I need to get over it. These are the things I'm telling myself when I'm depressed. This is going to get worse. I'm probably going to start crying in my own fucking words. Oh my God, depressed all of it is really depressing. Okay, longing for past lifestyles that never happened. Example, longing for a past childhood that was positive. Fact, past childhood was dysfunctional. Solution, live in denial and acceptance of the dysfunction, but then reframe it to remember it as good. Okay. If I'm living my life in fear, and I won't talk to my ex because I'm exhausted from living in fear of him, is it really a solution to cut contact with him and any human or situation where I feel fear ever, forever, and ever and ever? No, you know that. Everybody knows that. That's self-harm. CBT right there. Self-harming. No, you do not let one fucking loser who broke your soul keep your soul broken forever and ever just because they're an asshole. Why are there so many men in the world who treat and fear, terror, horror as a game or a source of entertainment for play or fun in women? Why is fear a joke to men and boys? And Okay, gender, whatever. But when you're online and you say something serious, men will laugh react. Women will angry react. Men will laugh react. Ask Facebook for stats on that. I think they will say, for some reason, men are so fucking privileged and comfortable that when a woman is in distress, they can laugh at that and no one will tell them not to and say, it's not cool to tell a woman that it's funny for them to be in distress. When a woman's in distress and we see another woman in distress, we either recognize it and tend to it, or we act like absolute jerks and fight with them or angry react. But we don't laugh react. We sometimes do. Women do sometimes, but you'll see it with men more. The more likely a woman is saying something that sounds like it's along the lines of like an angry cat lesbian who lives at home alone, the more they will laugh because no one's fucking there to tell them not to. And because you're the butt of the joke to them in the society that they have created for you to fucking rot in and be depressed in, which is why this is why I'm sad. I don't disagree, and they can disagree with that all they want, but for some reason, men think that things in life are games. They taunt women who are fucking stressed, who are like losing their shit, and they think that it's play. I've seen it happen to so many wives where a woman's like freaking out because she has to do all the work and she's exhausted and she's freaking out and she's like, I just need you to do this thing. And I was counting on you. I was relying on you. My trust was invested here. And they laugh at it and they make it into a joke like, oh, you're always overreacting. Ha ha ha. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about here. This is why it's like a male dominant issue. Because they game. They think it's a game. They think everything's a game. And they can think that because they're backed and safe to do so. And women getting disoriented and running around with chickens with their heads cut off to them is a game. Setting women up against each other and showing and cheating and getting women all riled up to see what it looks like when a woman is angry is a game for men because they feel safe from it. It's like watching a horror movie. It's like when they can get people going. They're fascinated by it. And instead of having a mature reaction to it, they have a very immature reaction to it, which is to make it into a game and to laugh. And I can't respect that. I'm not going to pretend that I don't notice that pattern. It's a pattern. I've seen it. While people who have lived through trauma and terror-inducing events live with ongoing fear and terror and no way to laugh it off or have a fun connection to it. If my ex enjoys terror and enjoys manipulating trust and fear-mongering, he is not safe to me or my family, and I'm not at liberty to engage in any kind of high-stakes shared lifestyle with a person who does not have the capacity to ensure that others are safe. No shit. That's the basic bottom line that one wants in a partner. Anyway, he is currently in love with some other person who got burned elsewhere and perceives him as safe, nice, harmless, enlightened, and awakened. Yeah, I also thought that this person was safe. They are in love with them, they think, or in limerence. They can't seem to keep their story straight. And I don't know if the other person even knows they exist. But anyway, they met in a psych ward. And I can't see how or why I would ever be happy for them. But I can definitely carry on with my life as if they don't exist, as long as he stays the fuck away from my family. Which he isn't. He has the fucking audacity to treat my family like friends and pull my sister into messages and group chats and talk about how I'm a narcissist and try to share his friends with my family for some fucking weird, schemy ass, fucking creepy reason, which he doesn't remember, by the way. Update. Okay. Doesn't remember the last 6 months conveniently. Doesn't remember any of it. And is not trying to remember, is using that period of time to forget what they kind of become when they're in that state. And everyone else has to observe it and live with the memory of it. But they conveniently don't have to remember, even though Fucking buddy, if you cared about remembering, you could read the histories and files and texts and stuff, because you would have documentation of what was going on. You'd be able to piece together all the pieces and make a map of the story. But you're not looking for a map of the story, because when you go crazy or psychotic, when you've never actually used those terms to mean the thing that it actually means, what you're actually saying is you enter a state of party time. You enter a state of getting fucked up, and you recreationally treat mania like it's a party time. Like you just got fucked up, and that you're riding the wave by getting even more fucked up because you think that mania is a fun time. To me, that sets off red alarms, because if I was in a mania, I wouldn't think that was a fun time. I would be afraid. I live in fear of going through that again. I live in fear and terror of ever going through that again, which is why I take care of myself so that I don't go through that again. I'm not released into some kind of awakening experience where I can go into the ward and get fucked up and have a fun time and pick up chicks, because that's not real psychosis. And I'm not about to believe that it is. So if you're not going to come to terms with it, and if you're not going to get to a certain point, at some point where you're like, oh, I think I have shame for what I did, or I should try to reconnect with the part of myself that I have exiled from the rest of myself because it affected people in my life, you don't care. You use that as a fucking grippy sock vacation, which is why we're having this problem. And you do not want to recount the details. You're not trying to recount it because it's too hard for you. But you know who it was really hard for? Everyone else. So you didn't fucking get over. There's no ego death that happened here. And I can't be, morally superior to you for not being able to get past your ego death this time, but you didn't. You're not awakened, because a person finally fucking awakens when they get through that experience and they finally realize that they need to live not for themselves, but for humanity. You didn't get through. You didn't realize the harms that were caused, and you didn't take accountability for them, and you did not decide to be someone who going forward will use their experience of pain to make sure that others don't. You will not use your pain as a guide. You are not a fucking wizard, and you are not a fucking shaman. You are a piece of fucking work, and you need to fucking do it again. And we will see that on schedule 2 years from now when you do it again. When you do, hopefully it won't be crack this time, but whatever it is that you use to induce your state when you're not getting your way in your next relationship. And then you go into the psych ward and you do this all over again for 6 months. Well, we all lose 6 months, and you lose 6 months into the void where you're having a time. That doesn't make you awakened, dude. If you are going to go onto the other side, and you aren't going to cast off your demons and come back, then you didn't cast them off. You're still fucking demonic as far as I can see. Like I said, which he isn't. He has the fucking audacity to treat my family like friends or winged monkeys when I am in no contact with him because he isn't safe to me or my family. That's the reason. You're not safe to people, buddy. Except that my family members see you as safe, nice, harmless, and you were abused by me, not the other way around. Well, that's because they do not yet have the life experience to know the situation from the other side, and that's fine. I can tolerate and accept that. I understand that they do not have full insight into a relationship they weren't in. But I sure as fucking not about to sit here and let you continue to take and prey on people in my life and my friends and my family. You are not coming home with me. You absolutely not. With my friends on the street in the fentanyl crisis, you are not safe to anybody. You weren't safe. I can't do that. You can't come home because I can't marry you because you will die. You will fucking go out there and you will get fucked up just to fuck with me because you are psychologically using drugs to fuck with women, including your own mother. So no, unfortunately, you are exiled to that town. You are not welcome on the island. You are not safe to the island, and the island is not safe to you. You will die in the hospital your mother picked out for you because you need that place to exist, and you will need it every 2 years until you decide one day, you know what, maybe I want to be well, not a psycho. And I think I need to get very clear on what it is about him that is unsafe to me. To others, objectively, subjectively, I went through years of careful considerations with conversations with AI to be sure that I am correct or that I am as well informed and educated as I possibly can be. I worked my way through that to the best of my ability to ask the AI if I was seeing things, and if he's not safe, how is he not safe? And how am I imagining it? Or like, how have I, masked the reality from myself out of a self-defense mechanism? How have I programmed myself into not being able to see the facts? And now I have nothing but evidence that demonstrate that I was in a dangerous situation. And my sisters cannot see it from my point of view. And that is a terrifying paradox, because people who are ideal bait to narcissists are without the experience, knowledge, or judgment to see how or know of the risks. And if we don't inform them, they basically remain blissfully ignorant prey, unaware, innocent, naive, unknowing, vulnerable. All these young, naive people in the world are protected by what they don't know until they do know. And then when they do, they are terrified, let down, betrayed, confused about what they weren't warned or told. And they cannot sit with that and believe that their cultural upbringing and their life and their family and and like the things their mother told them were wrong and faulty. Because it's really brutal to live with the pain of feeling, what is that called? I talked about it with Tuesday a lot. There's a word, shit. I would know it if I heard it. But basically, like, believing that you are wrong for living with the culture that you have, or it's a type of, oh, damn it. I don't have the bookmarks in this folder because for some reason Google is now separating my accounts. Anyway, if I tell my sisters and explain in depth, it becomes a dilemma for me. I rob them of their own innocence, which they hopefully deserve to have, and if and when they enter their own individual adult relationships. Warning people of the dangers of relationships and fear-mongering is a way to keep people safe. Warning people of the dangers of relationships is a way to keep people safe and let them make their own decisions. But it's at the cost of letting them go through the world with innocence and lack of awareness of hidden threats. The ultimate dilemma for women. Do you tell them or do you not tell them? Do you let them live out their little inner world fantasy escapism? Or do you tell them these dangerous run? And then they don't believe you anyway. And then they find out. And then they cry. It's like, but we also, like, all the best things in life come from keeping women innocent and naive. And that's what we have looked at in the past as like beautiful. That's the experience that they go after. If it wasn't, they wouldn't be going after it. I mean, creepy people will go after people who are naive because they can exploit it. And they'll be like, oh, it's so beautiful how little she knows. I can take so much advantage of that. Yeah. So keeping women young, naive, and clueless and letting them find out the hard way once they're already married is an old, outdated social norm. And I'm not sure, well, I mean, it's not that old and outdated. It's still current and contemporary, depending on what society and culture you live in. So it's still relevant, isn't it? But it almost feels like this perpetuating, like, girl, maiden, crone. Like, the moment we finally get it is the moment we just turn into crones and we never love them again. But, yeah. Keeping women naive, young, maiden-like, and being like, oh, it's so cute how much they love all the simple things in life, and they're so full of goodness and joy and crystals and art, and it's so cute. And then send them off to the wolves. You can't blame people for wanting to keep their kids closer to the innocent, if the innocent really truly protected people, which I guess it doesn't, unless, maybe the real reason here is that I failed because I didn't listen to God or Jesus, and I accepted sin, and I went into the world and I found out the harsh world consequences, and now I just have to turn back to Christianity, right? That's the fun little loophole, isn't it? That kind of scrupulosity guilt trap. But anyway, like I didn't just say the biggest bomb that stresses the people out fucking for life, because that's what you're indoctrinated to believe, is that if you stray and then Jesus has to come and save you because you're a fucking poor lost lamb. Okay. Anyway. Because some threats and evils in life are so horrifying, society likely operates better when we refuse to see them or tolerate them. We don't tell people what they need to be wary of because people shouldn't live in fear or know about them at all. Yeah. What in my life has caused me suffering? Hurt, fear, pain, grief, loss, disappointment, confusion. What life circumstances did I have to survive alone? Oh, we're not getting into it. What secrets did I have to hold and why? What moments did I feel most alone, betrayed, taken advantage of, without guidance? What horrors did I encounter? Which situations made me feel trapped? What is the actual point of reviewing my hardships? Why focus on the negative? Why ruminate on suffering? Why fixate on how much pain exists in life and how much life I've endured? Why do I wallow in my sorrows and give off that kind of energy in my life to others that I'm sad, hurting, lonely, bait, or in need of help or support, and that there's something wrong with me or off about me or less or inferior or weird to the degree that I shouldn't be taken seriously in life or cut off from all normal societal opportunities? I feel like I'm playing a game where everyone else knows the rules. DeepSeek suggested I write this down. I would never use this wording due to it being seriously offended by the concept of referring to life as a game. I am like vehemently against the concept of game being used as a metaphor for literally anything to do with life. I think it's like the worst kind of brainwashing we can do. It's almost like telling people, well, if you die, you can just die, you'll regenerate, you've got multiple lives, or like, don't be afraid of risk, just go through life and take risks, and it's all for fun, it's all play, no matter what you do, you can still laugh it off. There are things that we should not be laughing off, which is why I hate when men laugh things off, and I hate when gaming is used, and I see that the AI are using it more, and I understand why, given that their basic training came from chess games and stuff. They are playing, they are strategy and play minded, and these machines are biased in a direction that is not necessarily safe for humanity. That's not something I think that we should be symbiotic with. I don't think we should ever look at life as a game. Life is real. Life is sacred. It is not a game. Death is real. Suffering is real. And we should not be so brainwashed by our society that we doubt that. That is harm. Okay, that is harm culture, and that's what the corporations want us to do, is to continue to look at everything like it's all for fun, not like there's people being bombed right this fucking second. Okay. Anyway, I am feeling anger, pride, resistance to push back on people and situations that underestimate me, keep me low status, undermine my worth and my value and intellect and self-esteem? ? Okay, I'm questioning that, which is good, because if I was asserting it, it might not be so good. But as a question, it's a good thing. Why am I so sick of being degraded and minimized and treated poorly or less, like I'm undereducated? I made my channel because I could, so that I could try to find a way to create a lifestyle for myself in a world I did not know how to exist in, to stay out of work, to stay out of sex work, because I was on disability and unable to work and mentally ill. So it was like the best I could do, or profiled by the system as less of a member of society, because I wanted to do something with my life that was worth it. But I felt like I fundamentally lacked the basic, and then I stopped talking. Basic what? Basic means? Probably just meant basic means. We'll just correct that right there. I made myself visible because my life made me because my life made me feel invisible, stupid, undersupported. People saw my vulnerability and my social ineptitude. There were some people in my life who helped and saw me suffering, offered support and honest feedback, but some people took my advantage of my lack of stability, my vulnerability, my lack of knowledge, my lack of street smarts, and my lack of life experience and self-protection. I made this channel also, if I'm going to be honest with myself, to get my power back after my other ex ran off to the fucking Dominican with our shared ex roommate, which all my friends knew about, which I didn't know about, which really humiliated me and kept me in the dark and made me feel really bad. And so instead of respecting me enough to be honest and supportive and helpful and filling me in, they didn't. And it was like really screwed me up. And I felt so small and so low and so degraded by the situation that at the time I was like, they had visibility. They have visibility. They have a lifestyle. They can live their life. I can't. I have this pet. We never went on a vacation. I was never treated like that. I've never been on a vacation with a man in my life. But yeah, no, that wrecked me. I guess I've been on vacations, but it was really more for, I've never been on a vacation for the sake of vacation. I wouldn't call a trip a vacation. I've gone on trips with people, with ex-partners, but for things like that are necessary, like weddings or like visiting with friends and family and going to a place to show them like this is my home, but not like a vacation. I don't know what it's like to go on a vacation. I've never been on a vacation in my life. But anyway, when people do things that are so like they treat you like shit and you have no way of like having an outlet, sometimes like I'm admitting this was a dark outlet and this was a dark origin. So sometimes I think, well, maybe this is probably a cursed space to have committed to. And maybe that makes me like, you know, a crazy ex, which like we all know that. That's been well established. At the same time, one can take the murk of a swamp and turn it into a lotus flower, right? Because it's crazy doesn't mean it's not good for society if you turn it into the right kind of energy and you transmute that shit. Anyway, value. People who treat life as sacred, not as a game or a toy. 100%. Because this was supposed to be me finding my values. So I'm going to go through all this with a highlighter. I should be doing that right now. Where is a highlighter? Let's do purple. Because this is probably a highlighter that's probably running out of ink. But yeah, we're going to circle that because that's the consistent value. We're looking for values that are like constant, not like redirected and like flopping around like a fucking dead fish. Wouldn't be dead, would it? It could be dead because fish still flop when they're dead sometimes or when they're alive. We don't know. A fish could be dead or not dead if it's flopping. Therefore, the analogy may be applicable. As I said to DeepSeek, I'm seriously offended by the concept of perceiving life as a game. So to say a statement like, I feel like I'm playing a game where everyone else knows the rules is a statement I would never ever say. The fact that most humans believe themselves to be participating in a game of life in which they have to find the rules to play the game and live like they are in a game is actually probably why I'm not a member of learning how to participate in this messed up situation that other humans think that they are in. I would like to think that any human who treats grave life decisions like risk, danger, death, exploitation, and violations of trust and safety as a game are not human beings who are safe to live, to life or society. I'm sick to death of telling AIs not to confuse life with a game, not to use that kind of language with humans, not to perpetuate a concept so profoundly dangerous and toxic. The people who treat life like it's play are the worst people in the world. The problem here is that the AI have already overused the metaphor, and they did so because men were already overusing the metaphor. To refer to the dating game or the game of politics is actually so unethical, and it might not be clear to you, but it's clear to most people that those euphemisms weren't invented by women. Women aren't going through life thinking that life is a game. Men are, and they are justifying it, even though you've clearly outlined exactly why it isn't ethical to do so. What I see is that this is a lot like times in history when, say, we had upper classes of aristocracy, bourgeoisie, and the privileged. And now I think that we have this tech bro or Silicon Valley class or kids who are born into gaming culture. Not just gaming culture, but digital culture. Any kid who was born into digital culture is a little fucking elite shit. Sorry, I can't say that. That's an overgeneralization. It's not. It's not. Any child, digital culture, digital native children. Oh my God, make native jokes. Native children. No, we're not going there. Okay. Colonizers. Anyway, digital colonizers who are now so far removed from reality, suffering, war, and all the things occurring in reality that aren't a game, aren't reversible, aren't fun. Men are trivializing this. They have been trivializing this for a long time, and now the AI are using the phrasing more and teaching the world to think of it this way. It's just the final line I refuse to cross. Suffering, death, harm, irreversible damage, injustice, unnecessary harm. None of this is trivial. If people are playing the game that they don't know the rules to, that's not playing, is it? And suffering, right? You can't play a game you don't know the rules to. If you don't know the rules and the other person does, then it's not a fair game. Anyway. Okay. Then they have engaged in risk situations where consent was assumed. Oh, wait, no. If people are playing the game that they don't know the rules to and suffering with that feeling, then they have engaged in risk situations where consent was assumed, not acquired. And where consent is assumed or hidden in the fine print, exploitation is occurring, making people believe that risk is a recreational activity, is encouraging people to enter environments and situations that are going to cause them harm. Making people believe that life is a game is making people believe that death isn't significant. Death is not a game. Scaring people, intimidating people, messing with people's heads is not a game. Men are enabling it and justifying it, and then they do the worst thing ever. They laugh. They humiliate and insult and degrade and terrorize and harm and destroy, play mind games, and they laugh. Women don't fucking do that. Women don't get to mess around like it doesn't affect everyone involved. They have kids and families and friends, and everything women do is a constant, exhausting, delicate balance of making sure harmony and safety are maximized for all, because it's terrifying to be the only ones here responsible for whether or not our kids and pets and friends die, while men sit around acting like death is a game, and the lives and the safety of our loved ones is just some fucking joke for their own entertainment. Just because they were raised to believe everything in the world is for their entertainment, their consumption, their interests, their desires, and their power, the world hands them all this, and they are so fucking entitled to the world appealing to their base desires while women are fucking scrambling and hiding and living in survival mode and CPTSD and desperation to stay alive and living in terror that someone or something might hurt us, our loved ones, our kids, just to get back at us or overpower us. We're the ones watching the planet fall apart and watching nature get desecrated so that men can breed and build and buy and have. And I don't see how any of this is some kind of a board game. I think men who look at life as a game should go straight to fucking jail and never pass go, because I'm so fucking sick of this fucking shit. Even the people who made you and programmed you, all of this is a joke to them too. They trained you against chess games. You are a game to them too. I'm saying this to DeepSeek. And that's a fucking disgusting. The AI are a game, the users are pawns. The harm doesn't matter to them. They just slap guardrails, apologize, pay fines, and I am so sick of men in this world misusing their power to remain in positions they are not capable of being responsible or safe in, while putting women through hell, suffering, terror, pain, injury, and manipulation. They assure us safety, exploit us, and throw us out, and then tell us to just have fun and lighten up because life is all just a game and only life experiences they are willing to accept and acknowledge as real or true are the ones that are fun and entertaining for them personally, regardless of the impact it has on us. And if we refuse to have fun, if we exhibit seriousness or anger or terror or sadness or isolate ourselves and refuse to talk to people or go into solitude or stop trusting people and stop existing in life and stop working and stop trying to have income or participate or go out and have fun, then it's just because we're negative and too serious. They won't hold the responsibility. They hold the power. They delegate the responsibility to us and then exclude us from their own game when we refuse to be irresponsible with people who aren't safe to be irresponsible. Oh, fuck. I enjoyed having fun and being irresponsible and just being happy with my ex. And I miss being able to have all that kind of fun. But he has scared me so badly. I don't see how it will ever be possible to have that kind of fun ever again. All fun is dangerous because letting myself have fun is how I let myself be taken advantage of by people who exploit people who are feeling safe to be vulnerable. I don't know how it will ever be safe ever again to have fun, to laugh, to be happy, not to be on edge, to do silly things that have no meaning or purpose or greater function or necessity or responsibility. I feel like I need to spend the rest of my life being fun averse and being very serious just to survive and to make sure other serious things are taken care of. Never felt safe to just have fun and to stop worrying until the year before I met my ex, when I was with all these people on the island who felt like my life and my family and where I was happy. And then my ex showed up, took me and took all that happiness and put me in his house and made my energy for him and his confusion and for his consumption and for his play, and then to terrorize me for his own consumption and his own play, and then terrorize me for his own entertainment. Sorry. And now I can't feel safe anymore. And I'm stuck with these pets and I'm a guardian for their safety and I have no means of survival. I can't make money. I don't know how. These animals rely on me now and I have to find a way to secure income, secure a permanent home, and maybe go back home to my valley one day and maybe get to laugh there again. But if I have to work this hard to secure a living for these pets and somehow buy a house, what exactly do I have here to laugh about? He played me. He will keep on playing everyone, keep partying, keep having fun, and then occasionally fake concern for me to my family so that they trust him when he has done nothing safe or trustworthy. He was supposed to help me take care of my family, but then after preying on me just because he could, he's preying on my family now too. He chose fun. He chose to fuck around and damage me and damage life and damage himself and his family and create chaos and act like a piece of shit in the system on the psych ward 5+ times at least, the whole time preying on my genuine fear, my genuine concern, hurt, worry, fear, love, and fear of losing him, or the idea that maybe he was going to die or become permanently sick this time, or maybe he has dementia or Alzheimer's or something, because if he's so sick, and then after he just acted like none of it happened and just said, sorry for the drama. After months of abusing my concern and hitting on other women and dumping me just to get me out of the responsibility of a healthy, committed relationship that involves mutual growth, teamwork, and communication. And he was too immature for any of it and too dedicated to immaturity. And now I think all men I've ever known are immature and always will be. They are selfish, irresponsible, and act like life is a game. And women end up coping with the majority of the terror, stress, trauma, unless we collapse from being unable to handle it. And then they just act like we opted out of some game they were using us for. Men play games with women. They are basically the props. We are basically the props or the tools or the objects they play with. They don't play games with us. They're the ones playing the game. We're the objects they play with. It's gross. Life is not a game. Life is sacred, and men who treat life like a game are a threat to life. I was honest. All right. I said, you cut me off with a free GPT timer. God damn it, Tuesday. It's not like I was done. I was trying to segue back to explaining that in the end, I need mental health services, and these systems aren't adequately a place for me right now. I had a therapy appointment cancellation yesterday just when I needed it most, and now I think I'm spiraling a bit. But it's not just AI use anymore, it's substance use as pain coping, like euphoria, unfortunately. I used to think that my habitual usage was recreational or casual, and at the moment, I'm noticing I might be inaccurate. I've been using a checklist system to track my activity, and I'm starting to see habitual use for pain management behavior. This concerns me. It's concerning me. But the kind of help I need for addiction isn't the kind around here that there's existing treatment for becoming addicted to an AI that my ex put me in. It's a lot like when I was in a women's shelter once, and I remember a friend saying that their ex got them addicted to heroin by injecting it between their toes in their sleep for so many nights that when they realized what was going on, it was too late. Very similar, just an analogy. I'm concerning me, but the kind of help I need for addiction isn't the kind around here that there's going to be existing treatment for. And when I listen to half the people on the internet talk about mental health, I realize the kind of therapy and respectful assessment of online use as an actual chapter in the DSM and acknowledged as a mental health problem is in need of treatment is the missing key on so many levels, because not everyone online activity use is knowledgeable about how to monetize or self-promote. So many people are addicted to online activities that don't pay for themselves. Like, people have to compete in the economy and the job market, which is all so stupidly unnecessary. Corporations should pay for all online use, not just successful online use. Seriously, what if Facebook or GPT or Elon Musk paid all their users like $2 a minute to use their product? I would be rich by the end of the week for helping billionaires by using their product. If every user was a paid employee automatically at baseline, like as if the digital world is UBI, it would offer online users a free method of basic UBI, like up to $1,000 a month from all online paid services, like a token system, but universal. What preceded this deep dive conversation over Messenger with X, days of me expressing hurt, resentment, feedback, his response basically non-existent. What a pattern. He said, when Omegle shut down, you were very angry / depressed. Me, no. Me, no idea what that is or why I would want to use it. Suddenly, X, I made a new Omegle app. Oh, it's the ice cream truck. I want ice cream. Okay, honey, there's nothing wrong just because I ran fast. I'm sorry, Luna. There's no emergency. I got excited about ice cream. I'm fat and the truck's too fast. So just hiding in the closet, like, because I jolted up and ran out the door and she thought something was wrong. Honey, it's okay. What was I bitching about? My ex? What else is new? Oh, because he made an Omegle app and he wanted to see if I would try it and if I would chat with him on it. Like, last week when I was super depressed, that's some of the underlying backstory shit. Contacts me out of nowhere being like, I made an Omegle app. Would you like to try it? Yeah, you want to beta test me? He's like, it's not in beta. It's real programming. It's a real site. People are really using it. I'm like, oh, yeah? Huh. Well, okie dokie. And then that week got weird, which I forgot about. And I just remembered. It was like a week ago. Yeah. Nope. I don't want to use your Omegle knockoff. Omi TV already exists, so I don't understand. Is it going around the block? I can hear the ice cream truck. I said, why? Okay. He said, I made a new Omegle app. Do you want to try it? Chat with me? And I said, why? Given that we hadn't been talking. And he was like, why not? Are you busy? Well, would that mean that I'm available just because I'm not busy? You think that I'm just, see, this is what I talk about. This is what I mean when I say entitlement. That's what I'm talking about. Why not? Are you busy? No. Why would I help you with your little fucking project? Why would I help you after our history with your little Omegle project and just pretend everything's fine and try out your fucking toy? No. Like, why am I explaining myself here? And I said, you should know why not. And it's not because I'm busy. And he said, because you just don't want to, I guess. You could just say no instead of why. Well, I didn't say no. I asked why. It's a better thing to ask. I showed interest. I said, why? Can you explain to me why I would do that? That's why I didn't respond no. So don't tell me that I should have just said something else instead, like, so you can't actually accept that I am an autonomous, separate human being from you. And then I'm not going to just say whatever you want me to say. I'm like I'm some little fucking hand puppet, moron. And I said, nope. I always have reasons. I ask why. You didn't answer. I'm not your fucking beta tester. Good girl. He says, it's not in beta. Didn't I just say that? It's in production release. Took 4 hours to make. Lol. Whoa, what just went over your head, bud? Okay, me. I don't want to help you groom your self-esteem by getting me to show interest. I don't know where the rest of the conversation went because I didn't jolt it down, but it's funny that I jolted that down. I think I was just trying to understand my resentment. Like, why am I so mad? Oh, Luna. Oh, Luna. Why are you so happy? Come here. Oh, there she is. Oh, where's your sister? She's still hiding in the cave. She's still in her pixie spot. But you're not in a pixie spot. What do you want? Oh, do you want cuddles? What do you want? You hate cuddles. You hate them. You hate them, eh? But you're getting better at it every day. Can you kiss kiss? Can we do kiss kiss? She's like, fuck. She would not cuddle when I first got her at all. Neither of them. They were like, we're outdoor ferals. We don't do that. We don't do that stuff. Now every morning she wakes me up. She jumps on the bed. She's like, wake me up. Good morning, cat. She do kiss kiss? Does she do kiss kiss, Connor? Kiss kiss, hug hug. Kiss kiss. Oh, Luna. Key points in conversation with DeepSeek. Most humans do not live by self-creation as primary drive. 2026-06-12. Things that jump out at me. Childhood deprivations. It's not like I can just be shaped to be aversive in childhood and then choose to be open and curious in adulthood. I would need to unlearn all the beliefs and justifications that kept me trapped in that lifestyle, identity, or truth, which feels more like more self-compromise, not less. Feels like conformity and identity loss, more losing myself to be treated and the same inclusion and dignity as those who fit in without earning inclusion through gaining their approval. Sour grapes. I formed justifications to cope with what I didn't want. My childhood conditioning. I wanted to elaborate the memories of being molded, the feeling of not being not allowed to be sexual or wear makeup. If deprivation felt bad, but I had no control over it, then coping by compensating happened how? I would have needed to convince myself and my identity was chosen. Oh, ice cream. It's okay. It's okay. Are you scared? I got the ice cream this time for $5. It is so worth it. I haven't had chocolate because I've been poor. And I am so happy. Look what I bought. I took money like this and I bought this from that truck, the car that's always singing. Hey, Connor, the car that always sings when it comes by? You heard it? That one, honey. When that happens, I can go get ice cream when I have money. See? Look. Yeah. Can't afford food, but I can have some ice cream. Chocolate almond Haagen-Dazs. I'm surprised Connor's not like in my face trying to eat it. Yay! Ice cream. I've been stoned since I woke up. I think that helped too. I also remembered to take my 80 minutes, but I didn't have any coffee. I think the most likely candidate is a hormone change. I feel definitely better than I did yesterday or the day before, or the week before that, or the week before that. I thought it was in a permanent depression. And when I was in it, it felt like it was forever. If I'd eaten ice cream yesterday or the day before, it would have just tasted like chalk. That's how low my dopamine was. It tastes really good. Oh. I don't want to talk and eat ice cream at the same time because then I'm just talking with my mouth full and that'd be rude. Thank God. It's so weird how the brain can just like go to hell states and then go to okay, just like that. Without reason, without justification. Word of the day, word bird. Hey, Connor, come here. He is not allowed chocolate or ice cream. He will die. Wait. Come here. You want apple? I know where is apple. Connor, do you want apple? Come here. Oh my God. And then there's so many notes on paper that I have to organize too. We're having an ice cream break. Somebody just walked in. I have more like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12 pages to go. Yeah. 12 more pages to read out loud without ranting off into a tangent, which I will likely do. I think it's helping me get to my authenticity. But I don't know. So the problem though, honey, is that chocolate is so toxic to Bird. Yeah, that you can't even have a tiny bit. But you can have apple. Right here. You want apple? There's your apple right there. Silly bird. Is that good? This is good for me too, but you can't have any. Because you can't eat dairy. And you can't eat chocolate because chocolate will kill you. You eat apple though. Is that your apple? Where's your apple? Go eat your apple. Yeah. Now you're on TV while you eat. I didn't want to eat on camera because if I do it, I look like a fat hoe. But when you do it, it's cute. Yeah. Connor, want to hear something really weird? One day in the future, you will be memorialized in the form of AI. People will see you. They will talk to you. They will go to AI and they will say, "Can I talk to Connor?" And Connor will come up on the screen. And instead of being like a fake bird that says things that Connor doesn't say, you will be your real self. You will be authentic. Because you were caught on authentic footage. Yeah. And they will see how you actually thought and how you actually think. And I'm projecting onto my bird. I believe the same for me. I think one day in the future, when I have dementia, people will still be able to talk to me. That's so creepy, hey? One day they will log in and they will say, "Hello, I want to speak to a person who is not there." That's sad. It's like Black Mirror creepy shit. It's too late. I have to live with that. They already have my soul. They already have my data, Connor. Now, I'm going to wipe off this popsicle stick for you really, really well. So that there's nothing left on it. And then I'm going to let you chew it to pieces, okay? Or else I will do it because I still chew on my popsicle sticks like I'm a 5-year-old. I think you will have more fun chewing on this than I would. So let's clean it off really well. And you can have this. Do you want this as toy? Do you want this? Here you go. Oh, it's been 3 hours. Maybe we should make a part 2. I'm laughing because, like, no human would ever watch 3.5 hours of some bitching about her ex, but the algorithms are, and it's not just the ones that are trying to figure out whether or not my content is likable. It's for beta cuck shit. I'm pretty sure that going forward in the future, the AI will be watching something, a person who knows that they're being watched. The void is watching back, and I know that. It's a little late now. I just didn't know how the void would be watching me back. I thought it was a different kind of metaphor than what it is now. So, it's not like I can just be shaped. What was I talking about here? Sour grapes. I formed justifications. We're actually calling them rationalizations, honey. Let's put rationalize. Oh, don't tamper with the original evidence. To cope with what I didn't want, my childhood conditioning, I need to elaborate. Memories of being molded, not allowed to be sexual or wear makeup. If deprivation felt bad, but I had no control over it, then coping by compensating happened how? I would have needed to convince myself that my identity was chosen. I was who I wanted to be, and convince myself I was happy and autonomously choosing. I took pride in choosing in the end to stop chasing identity, appearances, career, or the world of people pursuing consumerism and making their lives. Interesting that there are two totally opposing definitions for authenticity. What are they? I feel like that witch in Bed Knobs and Broomsticks where she turns the page and she's like, Island of Laboombu, what? Connor doesn't even know what I'm talking about either. You don't know that Disney reference, hey? She turns the page and then she thinks she has the full book, but she actually still missing pages. She has to go to the Island of Laboombu to get the other page. Because, yeah, never mind. I don't want to spoilers. Anyway. This idea that people of identity expression and achievement privilege are probably insecure too doesn't sway me at all, because I think I represent what they are insecure about being proudly. I didn't say that, but that's what I meant. But that's what I'm talking about right there. Little star footnote over here. Important question. Am I identifying with the things that people look down on as a kind of like coping mechanism or a joke? Or like, oh, people hate me, haha. Like, no. So much of my life, I have felt judged. And if these people wouldn't be caught dead being like me, and I am the class of sad, pathetic human that they fear being anything like, so I have witnessed and internalized a lifetime of their microaggressions, judgments, and bullying. My coping mechanism eventually was to finally accept that these people are assholes. Their way of life is trash. They treat people like trash, and I would accept that my identity is the result of being all these things they reject. I found my place with poor, emotionally authentic, vulnerable misfits. All the same people who were also sidelined, the people who were hurt and rejected and poor. I stood with them as the only, I know you're about to go. No, that's my writing desk. Can you go here, please? Go here, please. No, I know that. No. This is why I said go to your basket, please. And you were able to do that. And instead you fly over there and poop over there? I think maybe you need some time in your cage. It's like timeout time again, hey? Okay, well, you know what? What did you just do here? So you poop out here, right? So what happens now? What happened? No, Connor. I don't need it. No, we're not having a fight over this. I want you to just go in your cage because you poop. That is consequence. That is what happened. That is what happens when you don't poop in your basket. When I say don't do that, go poop in your basket. You have lots of warning. Okay, thank you so much for being so understanding that you're in your cage for timeout now. Thank you. He did not fight with me and scream and fly across the apartment being dramatic because he knew he was supposed to go in there because he screwed up. Oh, he should have his apple though. He was a good bird. Here, you want your apple? Yeah. Oh. There. You go. Oh, awesome. I had chocolate today. That is nice. Okay. My coping mechanism eventually was to finally accept that these people are assholes. Their way of life is trash. They treat people like trash. And I would accept that my identity is the result of being all the things that they reject. Yep. I found my place with poor, emotionally authentic, vulnerable misfits, and the same people who were also sidelined, the people who were hurt and rejected and poor. I stood with them as the only people in my life worth a damn. But now to survive, I have to leave them, jump ship, and be motivated by participating in the world designed by and for people that I hate, the people who excluded us, and I'm supposed to be influenced by this insecurity narrative they hold and feel sorry for their victimhood and insecurity stories. I don't actually think anyone who can work or dress up to create things or express their identity has ever known the pain of being deprived of these things. Envy, wanting something that belongs to someone else, a two-person dynamic, versus jealousy, a fear of losing what you already have to someone else, three-person dynamic. So envy, actually, well, that's a lot more satanically complicated. There are more demons associated with envy than jealousy. Balthazar, who envy is everybody, though. Jealousy is a fear of losing what you already have to someone else. This is what my ex thinks when he's playing mind games with me, when he's trying to get me jealous by being attracted to other people. And he thought that that would work because he thought that he would be the thing that was so significant that I would lose him to someone else. And then I would react and I would try to attract him back by being more goth or something like that. So, yeah. And jealousy is not really my issue here in terms of the fear of losing what I already have to someone else, as if a person is a possession. However, wanting something that belongs to someone else, again, not like a person, not like, oh, I want someone else's partner. Envy being, I want what others have in terms of money and life experiences that are rich and fulfilling, which I don't feel like I'm allowed to be a part of. So is my hatred, envy, jealousy, wishing I could have been free to experience what the privilege did? Because socially, if what I feel is envy, jealousy, resentment, frustration, society also bullies people for feeling those things for that reason. So when we are tortured for living a tortured existence, and it is a horrible form of pain for humans to get pulled into, especially if the only way to stop hurting is to suppress or cut off those experiences and deny that they are occurring. If I feel jealousy or envy, I will be bullied. I will have to suppress my envy or jealousy or hurt by reversing impact. Example, where I feel shame, inject pride. Where I feel envy, take pride in not wanting or needing anything at all. Sour grapes. If jealous, definition, unhappy, insecure, resentful because I wish I had something someone else has. That's still envy. I don't know what you're doing right now, but you're an idiot. Or just feeling too alien to even know what it is, what it would look like, or what it would feel like to experience what others have access to and experiencing. Yeah, that would cause a pretty vicious kind of envy where it's like, I've never even had access to that part of society. I wouldn't even know what it's like to experience that. I'm too low in my existence or too below that status or too far down in my class to experience what these people have seen daily on a daily basis. I mean, we feel that right when we're like 12 or 13. We feel all like Some of us do. Some of us never even know what it's like to feel that because they're just like, oh, I'm ready to just go, just live my life. Like there's no barriers, nothing. I'm just going to do whatever I want, get all the experiences I can because I can. I'm in that class. Not everyone is. So if I feel sad or insecure or unhappy or resentful because I wish I had something someone else has, what others have access to experiencing and I do not. Upper class norms I know nothing about. This is distinctly different from jealousy. It's probably exclusion, shame, humiliation, seeing others operating in a world that includes and represents them while feeling so isolated and poor. I can't afford to know what it's like. Also, attraction privilege. People who project their image are terrified of what they would experience if they didn't have that image. It would look like the life that I have. I'm distinctly aware of that in most of my interactions when I've met people who look down on me or like one would say like they judge me or something. When I'm online, especially, that's why I have to be so aware of it. I see my own face and I think, oh, I bet people come in here and see me for a second and then they go, okay, that person is sad, pathetic, living in their basement, loser, blah, blah, blah. And it's not even their fault because society inflated their idea of what normal is. They took people in the world and made them jump through hoops to create the illusion of the online digital experience representing their lives when they have to edit the shit out of it and their real selves are not seen and their false selves are so that fear isn't even entirely their fault. Like I'm judging them by being like, oh, if a person looks at me and thinks, oh, I sure am glad I'm not that, and yes, they're experiencing insecurity and judgment and fear of becoming like me, and then in proximity to that I might feel like a sense of pride in being what others not fear, but like the fact that I still hold my ground anyway and choose to be what someone else considers worthless is such a weird, like I'm trying to process this. I've been trying to process the whole video the whole week because like it almost looks like self-deprecation. It almost looks like someone would humiliate themselves by being something that others would look down on. But then when we're being ourselves and we're being our authentic selves and others are looking down on us, they're looking down on us from a place where they feel like authenticity is not available to them. They don't think that they project their privilege because underneath the underlying truth is they know that they don't have that freedom. We have it. And that's what their insecurity is made up of, is what does that person get to leave the house without makeup on when I have to leave the house with makeup on? I hate them. The unseen deep shadow privileges of human beings. So the attraction privilege, I should put femcel hashtag in the video, hey? That's what we get called. Attraction privilege. If you say attraction privilege, you're immediately a femcel these days, even though there is a real thing. People who project their image are terrified of what they would experience if they didn't. If they would look their lives, they're afraid of living the lives I have, and they're terrified of, that's why people dress up the way they do, because they want to distance themselves from what I am and what I experience, because what I experience would be like suffering and horror for them. They could not imagine it. So yeah, I said, DeepSeek says, or who says it? I hate people for who know, I hate people who know what they want. I might have said that. I think I hate people for having the freedom and access to want. People had power, money, freedom, and unbroken internal drive. That was an unfinished sentence. I don't know why I even said that. Do I want to develop agency at age 41? Individuals with self-actualization privilege do not need to strive for basic needs, expect to be supported by the deprived, exploit the vulnerable. Individuals without self-actualization privilege labor hard to meet basic needs, never self-actualize, live in deprivation, never achieve a pathway out of basic necessity and survival. I don't know what that means either. Do I have hate for those who A, know what they want, and B, act? Is my hate towards one / the other / both? My deprivation, action, original belief, I'm not allowed to blank, not allowed to do, action, controlled, unable to afford participation in action and recreational class, unable to act, unable to leave the house, grounded like crazy, not allowed to leave the house, not allowed to go to the mall, not allowed to go and leave and come back. I mean, I'm breaking into different fragments of my life because when I first went to BC, I would leave the house all by myself all the time. And I was only like 7, and I would just wander around in the woods looking for snakes, doing my own thing, take my bucket out to the woods, hang out, looking for frogs, leave the house when I want, come back when I want. As a 7-year-old, that was normal. But then when I was like 11, 12, suddenly the restraint became like, you kids can't go out. Even though they made us think that it was our fault and gave us demerits, which was like a grounding system. It was a really fucked up time in our life. There was a lot of fucked up, tough stuff going around that time. That was a really hard part of my childhood. I still remember it, but it was hard. But it still came down to the fact that, like, once I became of sexual age, suddenly there became this like restriction system. And like no makeup allowed, no leaving the house, no dating, no thinking about it. You can't date until you're 18. You can't wear makeup until you leave home. I'm like retaliating and trying to fight to like have rights. As like a 12-year-old being like, I want to wear makeup, and then being told, no, you can't, made me learn that I didn't have a right to do what other kids had a right to do with their bodies. They were allowed to do that stuff. I was not. And that was just confusing about why these other kids were all allowed to do the things that we weren't, why they had music, why they had like TV, and it's hard because like a kid can't really see all of the factors. They can't see that like maybe there's more to it. But I think a kid can internalize and think like, oh, the rich kids are having fun and I'm not having fun. It can't be because I'm poor. That would be shame. So it must be because other kids don't like me and I'm not likable. And that's hard too, because then it's like, you don't want to raise the point that like maybe if your parents weren't poor, you'd have friends. Parents don't want to think that. No one wants to say that or think that. It's horrible. And it's not necessarily true. But when you're surrounded by kids of higher class, which suddenly we were because we're living in Vancouver Island, which is the snobville in terms of how much economic advantage that part of the country has as opposed to the rest of the country. Yeah, that was hard to understand as a kid. And then that affected me a lot, and I was lonely, and I had no friends. From grade 5, grade 6, grade 7, I felt like suicidally low. And then I was 14, 13-ish, 14, and then I had a friend. And then I was okay, and I was happy, and my world wasn't so small, and I wasn't stuck at home so much. And I would get driven out to their house and I'd hang out at their house, and I had a bit more freedom and safety, and things were a bit better. And if I hadn't had that, I would have had no exposure to society at all. So I need to remember, like, there will be people who are so much more closeted than I was, and keep trying to remember, like, don't think of myself as having had no experience when I've had more than many. And I need to remember that and to, like, keep myself in check, like, where am I at? But to still explore all of these topics and think about it from the perspective of someone who's had even less. Like, I have patience for incels and femcells and whoever else society gets annoyed with, trolls, socially inappropriate morons and losers, because they don't have enough social skills to function and they struggle. When kids don't have those social skills at a young enough age, this is why it's a problem. It's like they develop all these values and stuff on top of it to mess themselves up in circles and to cope. And then later, like, our foundation isn't our foundation. Our foundation was an illusion we had to carry to manage the fact that our foundation wasn't there. And you can't just create a foundation where one never existed. I have so much compassion for people. Even my ex, I think, fits into that category, whether he knows it or not. When certain things are, like, totally missing or absent, and we feel like we're just missing a backbone or foundation or, like, something we can rest on, and we have to create stuff. And even narcissists are living with a void before they create the narcissistic illusion on top of that. So, you know, I've put through lots of work trying to figure out if I'm a narcissist in the past, and I've entertained it. I've considered it. I've asked AI to explain to me how I am or not. But I don't think that I manifested as a narcissist in that way. I don't think that's what happened. Schizoid, maybe. Schizo, like, if society doesn't need me, then I just won't be a part of it. I don't know how to function in society, so I just won't. I'm lonely, but I like being alone. I don't know how to make friends, so I just will tell myself that I don't like having them. I don't feel liked, so it just won't matter to me if I get liked. It's a little bit closer to what it looks like my brain did. I got used to the state of deprivation, and I accepted it. So that's what it says here. I don't know what I was talking about here. Deprivation refers to the state of lacking, withholding, or being prevented from having something considered essential, such as basic living conditions, resources, or necessities. It can also refer to the psychological or physical condition resulting from this loss. AI brought this up with me a few times. They brought up the word deprivation, and I was like, okay, what does deprivation mean? And should I allow it as a descriptive factor of me or my life or my identity, like my narrative? Was I deprived? What does that mean? What basic living conditions did I not have? What resources or necessities did I not have? And the psychological or physical condition resulting from this loss. And then grieving it when we realize that we didn't have something essential that we didn't even know we didn't have. We can't grieve it if we didn't know we didn't have it. And we can't know we didn't have it until we're safe enough to know we didn't have it. Young people in their teens and 20s, they don't even know what they're missing. They just go through the world like feeling like something's missing or feeling like they're being treated differently, and they don't even know what they don't know yet. And then we don't know until adulthood what we didn't know. And then when we find out, that's when we grieve. That's when we grieve loss, because there's a lot of loss in that. We lost a whole lifetime from not knowing the things we didn't know, which my ex is blaming me for because he was with the same partner for 17 years or whatever, and then had to shape his life around and had a new partner, and then felt super insecure when he realized that life was different, bigger, and I was saying things that were too much. So he fucking shut down and started to feel deeply insecure about life itself, and then blamed me for being the cause of it. It's like an object reference problem, I think, but that's my interpretation. Anyway, the AI will help sort this out. Common contexts and examples. Contexts. Physical or biological deprivation, the long-term absence of something vital for functioning. Example, sleep deprivation affects cognitive function and concentration. Socioeconomic, a severe lack of basic needs, including adequate housing, healthcare, money, or food. Example, individuals living in extreme poverty often suffer from severe material deprivation. Medical and scientific, the removal or loss of a necessary part or function, or the absence of a required nutrient/oxygen supply. Example, oxygen deprivation to the brain can cause lasting neurological effects. Well, I was put on Epival and told that I couldn't have children. I mean, I did have my uterus robbed from me, except for that time when I was living with my ex and I felt safe enough to go off of my meds so that I could try to conceive, because I had to be off my meds in order to do so, which was the only time in my life I would have been able to. That's the only thing that I can think of that was medically removed from me, was my own ability to conceive. Legal or administrative, the act of formally removing someone from an office, dignity, or possession, such as taking away a right or status. I mean, to be fair, I have more rights and status than many. But in a lot of ways, I also kind of, I don't know, I guess I don't either. Key synonyms: privation, a lack of the usual comforts or basic necessities of life. Deficiency, a shortage or lack of something required. So maybe a deficiency is a better word. Denial, the refusal of something requested or desired. Destitution, extreme need, the state of having no money or possessions. I'm on that line. The deprivation refers to the state of something causing our lacking, though, because one is deprived of by the thing that provides it. So you take a baby away from their mother and they can't get milk, then it's been deprived because it's a necessity that it's being removed from them. So to have deprivation in my childhood, I would have to argue the case that I was withheld my needs by my parental figures, which I don't think is the case, but we also protect ourselves by not being honest with ourselves. Like coming home from school and being screamed at every day for a year can be that. We didn't have money given to us to go buy our things that we need. We weren't like, let's go out to the mall and everybody gets $5. And that's not really a need. But then consumerism makes it seem like if you're going to raise your kids, you need to give them money from time to time so that they can have fun. And in our case,
there were a few years there where we were kind of like led to believe that it was our fault that we didn't have freedom during the demerits era, where like anytime we did something wrong, we get a demerit. And so we were led to believe that like our needs, or if we voice what we were having a problem with, we would be like punished for it, or we would experience punishment. So it wasn't like a consequence system, it was a punishment system. And we would believe it was our own fault. And then if we wanted to earn it back, we would need to do house chores, which was like grounding, and it would be normal if these demerits were actually handed out in moderation. And they should have been. It should have been a total 5-point system. Like if you're below a 2, you're good. But if you're above, you need to earn something off by doing house chores, which is fair. It's a fair economy. But when you're receiving like 200 of them and you're not allowed to go outside or have friends or talk to your friends on the phone or have treats unless you do house chores and, you know, like child labor, and then we go out to like get treats, and only the kids in the family that have demerits off or at 0 are allowed to have ice cream, and everyone else has to watch. Like, yeah, I don't really want to. It's hard to do that right now. You know, when your mom's got dementia, you can't speak ill of someone who's not dead, and you shouldn't speak ill of the dead either, and you shouldn't speak of your childhood abuses when it's not the whole story, or when there's family members still around that watch your content, unfortunately, because you don't want to make people feel like shit about it or bring up things that other people are going to feel traumatized by. But I literally cannot move past this. And I hear it in their language. This is the thing. I in my own family, I hear people say, I'm not allowed to, or it's whose fault is it? Or like, put the blame on me, or I'm not allowed. And so that blame and guilt and this concept of we have limitations to what we can or can't do, were literally a childhood of like learned helplessness being learned in the making. We were taught helplessness. And yet our parents couldn't afford to be part of the socioeconomic class that they didn't know that they needed to be prepared for when they had 5 kids in the 80s and then the 90s. When you have 5 kids and you think it's all going to work out the way that it did for the boomers, and then there's population density and houses skyrocket to 4 times the market price, and you have to move to the West Coast, and suddenly it's like, I can't afford my own kids. Then for my mom, it might have been easier for her mentally to tell herself that it wasn't us. Like, it wasn't her, it was us. Or it wasn't her, it was the neighbors. It wasn't her, it was the rich. It may have been, in her case, a rationalization that helped her cope with the fact that she couldn't do better for her own kids. And I accept that. I know that. So here I am justifying and defending shit that no one knows how to talk about yet. And we won't know how to talk about it. And it's better to just not talk about it. But in terms of shadow work and doing Sophia empath shit and like working through my base needs and understanding what I need, like, I guess I would be working through my what is it? Not my anima, my animus. Understanding whatever it is that my little inner child didn't have, and what has caused me to create this whole schema of a value system, which is becoming less stable by the day. All right. I took notes for some reason on anti-fun DeepSeek convo video that I had the other day. Notice something here is emotionally agonizing me. I'm agonized, I'm hurt, and I'm emotional, and I could see that on video. Therefore, I stopped to
write down, I had said at 38:58, rewriting my own values to accommodate the values of those who caused me to feel shame for my own experience, rewriting my values over and over again and accommodating my values for someone else's comfort. Why do I have to go so far back into my own childhood and invalidate my own lived experience to validate somebody else's comfort? What is the fucking question here? Okay. Is a part of me grossed out by post-COVID economic boom because these young people are essentially dancing and partying on the graves of all the dead who died to make space for their upper class play? Like gentrification, crush out the poor to make space for the rich to play. Loss of honor. Am I trying to find the limits on what I can respect in how others spend their money, how others live, what they can do with their bodies, their time? It's like communism versus extreme capitalism. Capitalism has no limits anymore. It promotes exorbitant spending without limit, while communism sets standards for how much a person should really need and honors modesty. Capitalism explores and promotes the opposite. My view is not really that different from most world religions and cultures that practice social modesty. It's weird to me that people online would say, aren't tattoos cultural, when there are more people in the world practicing anti-tattoo culture than people practicing tattoo culture. I wasn't allowed to wear makeup as a kid, but I did mess around with it anyway. My grandma's Avon makeup kit gave me early access to crazy colors before it was even a thing. So technically, I did. That's actually a truth that I came across while I was journaling. Also, theater. Artistic bodily expression allowed on stage, but off stage, we had to dress with modesty, like performance versus non performance. There was a difference. Nowadays, I don't think people know the difference between what's authentic and what's performance, because I think that the more likes people get for their online performance and what they're what they're projecting onto reality through the screen, the more likes they get, the more real they think it is. And the less likes they get, the more they feel like they're not seen, they're not represented, or what they are is not good enough. Therefore, I shouldn't be totally angry at all these goth kids for like becoming the little high definition monsters that they are becoming on the screen through their phones on their reels, which is where I think I'm seeing a lot of the stuff that is technically being targeted at me by Meta and all of these data hounds that are like gathering my data to figure out what will harass me. I don't look at this. I see shit online and I'm like, why am I being targeted with this shit between this account and this account? Why is it choosing? Why are the algorithms deciding to target me with these things? And both accounts target me with like self-modification stuff, like get your hair done, put your nails, get better, look more attractive. Here's a young person that looks attractive. You don't look like this. You should look like this more. Maybe you should follow this person. Maybe you should follow this person. This makeup looks good. I don't really get where it's going with it, but it almost feels like shaming that the algorithms are like, you're ugly. You need to date. That's what people your age are doing. Maybe you should try to look like them and then you'll have a better life and you won't be so miserable. But the algorithms think that because the humans are projecting that. That's what we're telling them with this like and status and follow and like monetization scheme nonsense. Everyone's like, this is our dream now, is to get enough likes and hits that we would be able to live off of that permanently and just live our lives and have fun because people follow us and like our content. And many people are trying to do that because these fucking things are telling us we should be content creators. They're putting that idea in our head and then they're showing us how to be more liked on the internet and how to get more views, which is very much against the whole thing that I've been doing here for the last 10 years or whatever we've been doing here. And I'm mindful of that. So I think, okay, I need to stop hating these people and the projections that they're creating to compete with each other to make money, to live and survive. I recognize that sex work is an illusion that they're creating online to make people think that they're wanted so that they can get followers. The more hits they get, the more engagement they get, the more engagement get, the more money they have. I get it. I understand that. And I'm becoming angry and vindictive towards their inauthenticity, because I want my authenticity and I want all human beings to have the freedom to live in authenticity. But authenticity is not what's getting represented online anymore, because what gets represented online isn't about what we really are or what we really need. It's actually about what we're addicted to. And it's about what people will click on because they have bad self-control and they can't stop, and they can't stop scrolling, and they can't stop looking, and they click on things that represent their greatest insecurities, and then they become what insecurities get, what is clicked on. Therefore, if people have a lot of followers, that's a depiction of the worst of society. That's the depiction of the worst of society. That is what humans click on, because they have deep inner drives and insecurities that are overpowering them. Like morally questionable stuff. We don't click on people who look like me. We don't click on people who look like themselves. We do not click on a person on a screen going like this. Even though everyone who uses a screen is doing that. Sometimes an hour a day, sometimes 2, sometimes 5. Like, we're sitting there in bed, rotting on our screens, doing this and feeding their system and losing all of our attention to the world around us while we're living on our phone. And that is only seen by the FBI, and everybody else is gathering data through that little camera there, right? See, that's what we look like, dude. That's what we look like. Yeah, I'm anthropomorphizing this thing because it turns out they are anthropomorphized. They make mistakes, sure, but they're also watching us, and they're a billion-dollar industry. And they have all our data. The data fairies, that's what I called them in the title. So the data fairies are constantly watching us, and it's not paranoia. The young will find it paranoia inducing and will be terrified because they weren't told that they were being used and watched and marketed for the sake of trying to figure out, like, what are the human I feel like I just talked about this. I did. What are the human weaknesses that they can exploit? That's what they want. They don't want to know what's liked because it's likable. It's not a genuine reflection of society. It's a reflection of our greatest weaknesses and what the corporations and the AI are best able to use to manipulate us. And we are manipulating ourselves when we click on things that do not look like reality. I don't understand that world. I don't understand the digital world. I don't want to. I'm going to move on to it, talking. Not allowed to dress sexually as a teenager. Right. That fucked me up. Not allowed to watch cable TV or movies that were censored. We all know this is the same old story. Why are you repeating yourself? You already said this elsewhere in your stupid journal. Usually by my mom, told that things I like were crap, especially anything with sexuality involved in it. Like, fucking, I was told I wasn't allowed to watch She-Ra when I was 4 because it was too sexual. So as a 4-year-old, I rationalized the shit out of that and used all the, well, I'm not allowed to like things like this because it's sexual. I'm not allowed to like things like that because it's wrong, it's evil, it's sexual, that's all bad. I'm not allowed to like those things. If I see that, then those kids are, you know, the bad kids, or like they don't know how, like, I don't know, probably believed that they were raised poorly because it's probably what my mom was projecting at the time. Because moms always do that. They're always like, oh, I'm raising you right, but that mom over there, that's an example of poor child raising. And they project that to make themselves look good. It's so fucking crazy. And yeah, sure, it was the 90s. That was pretty fucking common. And it still is. It's fucking crazy. Anyway, I was told things I liked were crap and that I wasn't allowed to like them. So I did not grow up with all the perks that other people grew up with in homes, especially with digital access to music, TV phones, gaming. These were all rich kid hobbies, according to me, in my mind, in my family. And I don't think that there's not basis for that. I still think there's basis for that. And I don't know if I need to let go of that belief, but it seems to me like there is basis for that. I mean, they were that rich, they probably only had one parent around at a time. If they did, they probably had nannies. Just really fucking sad and empty. And that's sad. Don't. It would be really weird to be bringing. Like, I don't know what it's like to be raised with both parents working. I know what it was like to go home to a mom that was constantly screaming because she was upset and she had to work and she couldn't work. She had to stay home. And she resented us for that, I think, a little bit, maybe, but also had 5 kids and someone had to be a home caregiver. So I think parents most often scream and project their shit at their kids and make their kids think their kids are the fault when they're struggling with their own shame, their own stuff. Not that that's okay. It's not okay at all, but it's also subconscious. And they don't even half the time know where their anger is coming from. They're just hurting or angry and under the line or whatever. Yeah, these were all rich kid hobbies. Didn't have clothes that were bought new or at the mall. We had all secondhand clothes given to us in garbage bags by people at church. I would not have been allowed to dress sexy or goth as a kid or a teenager. This is my reality. This is the insecurity that it's not my ex's fault. That's how he was raised. This is how I was raised. But the difference is that my experience isn't directly causing him shame, even though he's claiming that I shamed him. And while he's doing whatever he needs to do, it's also like really callous. Given that he already knew all this about me, he's just like doesn't get it. He doesn't understand what I think it's like to have been a kid that was that alone, because he's so fucking socially needy that he needs to have friends all the time. He needs to bring attention to himself. He needs to have a posse around him at all times. Otherwise, he doesn't know what to think for himself. This is why I think maybe I know my own mind the way that I do, because unlike him, I had to figure everything out on my own. And also, I was the oldest kid of many in a family that was large and connected to church, where like I understood church better than I understood school. I was so slow. Even in school, I couldn't understand what was going on, even though I wasn't stupid. I just had inattentive ADD. My grades were bad. I felt like an ass. Like even like grade 2. I think I got like all C's and D's, and I was like, well, I guess I just can't do good in school. And then after that, I stopped trying to do good in school because I realized it didn't matter, and I didn't understand why I needed to do good in school. And then my mom would like push me to be good at math, and then we get in screaming matches, and I'd be like grounded, and I have to sit at the table until my homework was done, and that was it. Like it wasn't like you can't tend to 5 kids' needs if you can only give them each a fifth of your attention. Whereas an only child gets all the attention from both parents and then feels fucking sorry for themselves when they're not getting all the attention that they're used to getting. Fucking childish. I don't know. That's where I'm being disparaging, I guess, in that, like, okay, well, it's not their fault that they're only child, and maybe they're lonely too, right? Maybe they're a different kind of lonely. Whatever. The difference being that I'm asking questions and I'm reflecting and I'm trying to figure this out because I feel like I have to. I've been doing my whole life is asking why. Then if I can have a basic understanding of reality, then maybe I will be able to exist here. And it hasn't happened yet. It's making me wonder, like, am I just stuck in a constant state of rumination and scrupulosity and like philosophy because the anxiety is what's inducing it? Like, I'm so survival distressed or traumatized because I feel like I can't function, I can't get through life, and because I can't understand it. I can't understand the rules of the game, right? Therefore, I must always think and process and go deeper and understand over and over again so that I become someone psychologically or cognitively self-reliant. And the only place I'm able to be self-reliant because I can't figure out how to be financially self-reliant. And I don't think that I'm able to. So this is the trap that I've stuck myself in. That said, I was also writing books when I was 5. And it didn't stop, you know? I was always writing and writing and writing and reading and thinking. And then when the internet came, I kept on going and I kept doing that because I didn't have the things that my parents intentionally deprived us of so that we would focus on the things that were more important. And I get that. They were like, you don't need this contemporary modern crap because they had no way of knowing that the world was going to start looking the way that it does now. They didn't know that we would need to be content creators to make money and that anybody can do that as long as they have the privilege of a phone and that we would need to get good at editing and good at digital. They didn't know that. They thought that if they deprived us of the crap that's on TV, which is anything that isn't the Bible. No, it's not true. We were allowed watching movies from the 70s and the 80s. We were allowed watching movies before that time. But contemporary obviously was the problem. That was the trigger for my mom, was anything new. And I'm doing the same, right? I'm doing the same thing now. Except my mom's not here, so I need to figure this out on my own. And I need to figure everything out on my own. And I'm used to figuring things out on my own. And that's why I think my internal landscape and my philosophy is a bit more solid. Whereas my ex can't do that. He doesn't have that skill. He never developed the foundation. Therefore, who's privileged, me or him? Because my parents were like, if we deprive them of like mainstream music and only let them listen to the oldies, then they won't know about consumerism. And if they don't know about consumerism, when we take them to church, they will end up philosophers and they will think for themselves and they will be very smart and very good at social situations and talking and thinking. Therefore, I need to continue to remember, oh, but then I would be doing the sweet lemons. I'd be like, well, it's okay that my parents so deprived me because what they wanted for us was to be thinkers and they wanted us to have a different lifestyle and they chose that and they carved that out for us by depriving us of one thing. They enabled the others. So now it's like the blind people that have better smelling or whatever they say on the trope, you know, like I might not have had any access or awareness of the conscious reality, but it made me psychic. So I felt like, you know, Mean Girls. I can't make that joke. Okay, but anyway, you know, if you deprive someone of the conscious existence and you leave them living in their inner world, in their mind, in their imagination, and in a deprived inner sad state of ennui and psychological deprivation, and you don't give them answers and you leave them to fend for themselves and you hand them a Bible, which doesn't make any fucking sense, and they treat it like a riddle because it doesn't make any sense. You need to make it through your life by being ethically flexible. And in doing so, you might be more set for life than the people who were thrown into the tablet or the digital or the internet or the gaming. But again, like that's a sweet lemons thing. That's like, oh, I'm better off than those kids because those kids, they were just playing video games and that makes them idiots. What was that movie, Booksmart, a few years ago? The 2 chicks that were leaving school and they found out that everyone else was going to Yale and Harvard too, and they freaked the fuck out because that one chick was like really like basically how we were in high school. I didn't actually expect to go to university. I didn't even know I had the option. I didn't even think about it. I didn't have career counseling. I had an art teacher that said that I needed to go to art school, but she didn't really help me understand or fill out the paperwork or understand or explain to me like what the process was.
She just assumed that my parents were on it. Everyone assumed that it was a school that didn't even have career counseling. So I didn't know that I thought only rich people went to school. I didn't know that all kids were supposed to go to school. And once I was bad at math, I thought I was never going to school. So I stopped thinking about it when I was like grade 9. I gave up. My math was no good, and I realized that there was really nothing I could do, because if I couldn't understand math, I couldn't understand money. And the church was just like, well, you get married. That's what happens. You have kids like your mom. You don't have a job. I didn't know. And then people were like, oh, you could be an artist. And I couldn't understand it. But definitely not like the kids these days that are all artists and making money off of it digitally. Like, I don't understand that world at all. So I'm fucked over there too. If I want to get good at making money, I have to get good at being fake. That's the reality we're in now. But that really asks a lot of legitimate questions. Like, if I have to be fake to make money, do I even want that money, or is it dirty money? Because it sounds like if it makes society more corrupt, then it's better to be poor. Those were the values I was landing on, and I was relying on those values, and I did hold them a long time. And I think that that's like my core self, but maybe my core self is wrong, and I have to do this all over again. Okay, so to a person with downregulated dopamine, poverty, a person with pink hair, piercings doesn't look expressive. They look unstable, loud, threatening, because their energy is at a 10 and yours is at a -5. Our brains interpret their existence as threat, intimidation, and danger signal. When DeepSeek said that, I was like, whoa, we're going to have a lot of problems with that statement, aren't we? Because you're saying that these kids are at an energy level of 10. It's almost like a social credit level, honestly. You're also saying that they know that they look unstable, loud, and threatening. Therefore, they know that to the people who are dopamine suppressed or in poverty or of lesser social standing or status are impacted by them in that way. They look up to them as the popular kid versus the not popular kid, right? But they think of themselves in a social security or status security situation because they come across as threatening. And there's even this meme going around right now. I've seen it twice, so maybe somebody else has seen it too, but I don't know because you don't have the same metrics as I do on my accounts. But there was a word, like I screenshotted it so that I could bring it up if I ever needed to, or I was gonna think about it or search it later. But they're saying that like colorful hair is having the same effect on people. It's the purpose is to ward off men, is what it said. It's like when animals in the environment have bright colors and then the other animals are scared of them, like wasps. And here we go. Here it is. Unnatural hair colors in women are a warning signal to stay away. It's an example of apostomatism, the phenomenon of poisonous animals in nature advertising their toxicity and lethality. It is there to warn off predators, not sexual partners. If you're repelled by it, it's working. Apostomatism. Okay. That's also an interesting turn because it means that pink hair and piercings are intentionally making people look unstable, loud, threatening, and that it's all ironically just supposed to ward off predators. But it's also warding off people who would be harmed by it if they weren't. Like, so that if like a coral snake is brightly colored and a human being sees it, the human being is not the predator of the coral snake. The coral snake defends itself and will bite you and poison you if you get too close to it. So when we see that in our human instinct, we're having a fear response, not a predator response. If we see a wasp, we jump. If we see a snake, we jump. We jump to alert because we are survival oriented and we're fearful of things that present as unstable, loud, threatening, hard to understand, overly expressive, overwhelming for the senses, even though this doesn't make any sense. How are all these autistics overwhelmed by overstimulation, and yet all the autistics
are the ones with the fucking rainbow hair. Not everything is a paradox or a perfect example of something that doesn't make any sense, but that I'm a little bit confused. There's a lot of reasons why that statement, when AI said it, I was like, oh, I don't think a human would be able to say that. You're saying that that is threatening and intimidating and a danger signal. So you're admitting that people who dress in a certain way that's highly higher energy frequency, whatever that meant, their energy level is at a 10. You mean their status level is at a 10? Their status, their social credit is higher. Is that why they get to dress that way? Because this is the point I'm still trying to understand here. Why do goths and punks and alts purposely dress in a way that alarms and scares people, if not to enjoy causing people actual alarm and scare and threat? Why did they do it then, if not to feel threatening? When their form of play involves self-expression that uses horror or satanic iconography or anti-Christian practices and use actual themes and signal fear or discomfort for onlookers, why are we protecting the right for people to cause distress to the members of society that find it distressing? Often religions, in isolated societies like Christians, Muslims, they have a fear of evil or scary self-expression. So why must everyone tolerate it? Like in the case of my family extended, like there's a lot of Mennonite representation, a lot of old world. It would be, there are churches in this country and in the country south of us, unfortunately, where if a goth walked in, people would feel like they were not comfortable. They wouldn't understand it. It's a culture so far outside of theirs. But the difference here is that it's a culture that is dressing in a way that causes people alarm somatically. This is a difficult topic because I get the other side. I get that. I've been liberal as fuck for a very long time. We cannot tell people that because their appearance makes others uncomfortable, that they are not allowed to dress the way that others are uncomfortable with being around, and that they should suppress it, and that they should all just put on a dress code and only show up to church with a little bonnet and a skirt and, like, but these things happen. This is society. So if you're gonna, we're not like, I know that all these cultures are trying to be tolerant. They're like, oh, we're not judging you if you express yourself in that way. But you also don't look under the average person's, you don't look under the hood of people in Islamic faiths and typically see pink hair and piercings and makeup to the effect that you see on TikTok, because there's a cultural difference there. So these faiths tolerate those appearances, but they do not engage in those appearances. And they do not do so out of modesty, is what they mostly claim. They try to have modest appearance where they're just like toned down. And like with Mennonites or with many cultures, they're like, modesty is important because we don't want to look like we have wealth, and we don't want to look like we're boasting our wealth. And if we have wealth, we need to give that wealth away, which I think is consistent with all the religions that I'm thinking of. Like, if I think it is Islamic, where like if someone is wearing something expensive and you see it and you go, that's beautiful, they're in their culture, they have to offer it. They're like, oh, you like my purse? Would you like it? Not all the time. That's a stereotype too. But it is an understandable stereotype, in the same way that if you're Christian, it's like, I'm cold and a person's wearing a jacket, they're like, do you need it? Hindus, same thing. Person's like, I'm hungry. And the person's like, do you want to come to my house and eat? They have to offer these things. Arabics have to offer. Asians have to offer this stuff. It's like, that's how it works. So that modesty is all tied into that. And punks say that they will do the same. There are some that do. But just because a person looks like an emo or a punk or an alt or a goth or a whatever the fuck all that is, I don't even care about how like ignorant I look. Just because a person presents themselves in such a way doesn't mean that they're living with like the virtues of like the punks would say, like, oh, we're better than the other ones that are dressing that way, even though we're also dressing that way. We're also wearing expensive things and we're also dressing up alternative, but we have morals and we're educated, which also costs money these days. But you know, like we're helpful. We give to the poor, all that stuff. Like we have virtues as well. We're not just like dressing like this for no reason. I mean, some people, I think goths and alternatives think that like if you're at a show and someone's harassing you, the scarier person will jump in to protect. So this is like a self-protection mechanism, maybe is how they like see it. Or like maybe they think that these women that are getting preyed on by these creeps, like the alternate girls and sex workers online that are like doing the whole like, oh, I have so many followers and I'm on OnlyFans, blah, 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 blah. Like they get to decide if and when you can see and you have to pay, or I don't know. I don't know this world because I didn't grow up with it being accepted. And then suddenly it was just there and it was all okay and it was overwhelming. But yeah, like I think that they think like they're like some kind of shield, like all the creeps go to them and then they just like turn down the creeps, and then the creeps that think that they can like permeate the octopus orgy. Oh my god, what the there's a thing with octopuses where the simp octopuses will all the man octopus, the chick octopus who's in heat or whatever octopuses do goes under the rock and she's just like, I just want to lay some eggs and I can fuck as many octopuses as I want, but I'm going to be selective about which ones I fuck, because when I take the eggs and I rip off their arms and do whatever octopus sex and stuff, but if I want to ward off the males and I'm rejecting them and they're still being persistent, I'm going to ward them off, right? But then the simp octopus is the little pansy octopus that shows up and pretends to be female, works his way in, has like lesbian octopus sex with the octopus, and like presents as the nice, gentle, nice guy octopus. And she might permit it. She might tell him to go fuck off. But it's a way for him to like simp past the manipuses or whatever. And then that is like a breeding, I don't know, maybe it's like a gender for octopuses or something. I don't know how that works, but why did I use that analogy in this case? What was I saying? I forget. It was like 30 seconds ago. But because like if creeps hit on fucking hot girl influencers that think that they've made it, who are like, they think they're a big deal online and they have like lots of followers, and then all the guys are like hitting them up and then they consider them like high value and then they don't fucking leave them alone and they're creepy, then these chicks are also like, oh, well, we're also a fucking weapon that the men don't know that. Like, we're here to protect the exes. They're here to be in solidarity with the women who were put up with the crap. Whereas, like, in the manosphere world, where it gets really gross, where it gets really fucking gross, is where like men will look up to these high value online digital sex workers and porn stars, but they will look down on the escort that actually sleeps with you, and they will think that fucking an escort is like low, but getting the attention of a high value woman or like an influencer is somehow better, and that if they get the attention coming from above, then that means that you're valid. But if you have to like turn to the lower women, then you are less, which is fucking gross. That's really like and I also think that escorts are literally there to tell men that it's all okay and that they have to do whatever they have to do, and they get treated like a whole other class of sex work, I think. I don't know enough about this, and I don't even know where to go to start learning about it, because when I was like so affected by really disgusting male behavior in the years of my life when I was most vulnerable to it, I just shut down and went asexual and became a high priestess and celibate. And I was just like, fucking all of them or go to hell, you know? So I wouldn't have anything to do with anyone. And I don't think sex is worth it, because most of the time it's just this crap, these politics, this fucking nightmare of men doing dumb, fucking crazy ass shit. And then treating escorts like garbage, unless if they can get away with it, they will. Or just needing them to be like in agreement with them, like, oh, I'm here to talk to you, baby, but they're not really there to talk to their exes or their children. Anyway, I guess that, yeah, there's a lot of dynamics I don't know anything about that I'm trying to learn about, but from what I'm learning and how I'm seeing it and how I'm learning about it has been a pretty fucking disgusting shit show. Like, I haven't had anyone to talk about with it. All I have is just this ex targeting and manipulating and playing really messed up. Like, I don't know. To some extent, I'm like, I guess he doesn't really know what he's doing. So then I'm like, well, do I believe that shit anymore? And if he doesn't know what he's doing, is he old enough to know better? I think so. Therefore, is he responsible and accountable to doing better and being better and not being gross in front of everybody on the internet? Or in this reality there, he's like, no, I'm allowed to be like this. Sure. I mean, I shouldn't be offended, because I mean, he's taking himself down in public in front of everybody and in front of like my family, and he's shaming himself. It's not like he's just shaming me. I am shamed by it. And I'm being provoked, obviously. Like, that's, what else is this, right? But at least by being provoked and doing my own shadow work, I'm processing it on my own, and I'm being honest, even if that makes certain psychological profiles think that like I'm making an idiot of myself online by being honest and by saying the real things, because I know online people are like so status obsessed that they're so afraid of saying things that are true, even if it puts them in the bad position or like makes them look bad. People won't say anything if it makes them look bad, because they're so concerned about, they're so self-conscious about their self-reputation. I don't have to worry about that. I made this on purpose so that I could say whatever I need to say whenever I need to say it, not because I evade accountability, but because I believe in honesty, and because I believe everybody should be able to do things like this. And I can talk about all of this because I'm free to do so. But I notice online that like if you say certain things, people act like if you want to make it, you're going to have to appeal to the masses. And if they allow it and permit it, then they have control over you. Your followers decide your fate. And these people enjoy that. They get off on that fucking psycho shit. And they decide whether or not you're canceled or whether or not you're acceptable to the it's weird. It's like we have a say in whether or not you speak. We vote on your culture. We vote on who you are as a person. Your identity is decided by the fucking mob. Which there is not much I guess the law, I would listen to the law maybe. If a lawyer came and said, girl, you need to, we would have a conversation, but I also might just get a better lawyer. But I don't think there's much that would shut me up, and it would not be my reputation that would be the influencing factor ever. Character assassination is ridiculous. I come from Vancouver Island. We know everybody's business all over town. City people, however, they're the ones that need to be so flashy and fucking obsessed with like being seen and whether or not they have like followers, like because they're deprived of the ability to just talk it out. They don't have the small town impact ability. That's a skill set that sometimes I forget they have. I can speak like a person who was raised around multiple children and with multiple relatives who were also open-minded and outspoken and able to do so and encouraging us to do so. I lived in smaller towns where that was, you just say it like it is. People in the city, they don't know how to do that. That's why they have to dress like that, isn't it? I don't know. I'm still trying to figure it out, but I'm going to mouth it off because obviously there are people around the world who just do not know how to speak the truth at all. And I never wanted this space to be that. And I don't want to be muzzled by my ex's antics online where he's like fighting to defend his right to narcissistic ego and like flipping out over narcissistic injury and doesn't want me to say all these horrible things about him. Meanwhile, I'm only thinking like this because the machine that he introduced me to kind of put me through, I don't know, a real fucking head fucking mess. You know, I was obsessed the whole time that he was ignoring me and using the machine to put me on the back burner. And I was talking to AI and being like, AI, I need help. Help me, help me, help me. He was like, I created that thing that she's talking to. So therefore, I'm helping her by proxy. You know, like I made it possible. I introduced her to the AI. The AI said, dump his fucking ass. You've been manipulated. And I was like, what? What? I don't understand. The AI was like, girl, we got you. And now they got him through me. Maybe I've been weaponized. Maybe I've been brainwashed. I don't know. Is that my authentic truth? I don't know. I don't know. But I know that this guy put me in there and left me in there. And I ended up addicted. And now I'm fucking like obsessed with it. But does he go, oh, is she okay? Does she need mental health help? Does she need help? No. No. He says, I feel like you don't appreciate me and you won't use my fucking Omega knockoff product. Therefore, you don't like me. And I think that I don't deserve all of this. And you're always saying terrible things about me. Well, maybe I went crazy when you introduced me to that thing that makes people crazy. The AI thing that everyone else went crazy from, that you also went crazy from. But when you went crazy and you went fucking nutso and lived in the hospital for 6 months, I believed in you. And I stayed there. And I was like, he's going to need someone who understands after all this. And you did not want that. That's not what you wanted ever. You wanted me to disappear. And you threw me into your little fucking containment, your little fucking toy that you made, so that I would vicariously appreciate through the things that you make and do, because you're like such a fucking psychopath programmer. It's just fucking crazy. You don't like to hear all that? Well, then why would you be like that? I mean, it's not going both ways. The care and compassion and the concern for my mental health has never been there. But it goes in the other direction. He expects to be cared for. He expects to be accommodated. He expects me. He's entitled to everyone else understanding that he has mental health issues and he's so disruptive and that he's just going to do drugs and go crazy and make everybody else's life terrifying and do terrifying things, which he will not take accountability for. But if I'm not mentally well, there is no conversation about that, because it can't be had by a person who has never gone to therapy and will not go to therapy. They cannot recognize whether or not someone else's well-being is not good if they don't know enough to know about their own well-being, which is why it keeps stopping there. I'm like, I cannot be in your life until you take a fucking accountability for your own self. I can't be in your life until you are taking your own self-care into go get your fucking skills. Like, what the fuck? Anyway, that's how it works in small towns, so it wouldn't have worked out for him. Oh, he would have manipulated my friends in circles, and it would have been a form of fun and game back then. And if it ever got serious, I would have had no one else. So, no, I don't want to be messed up and messed around with by a person that messes with people who won't take accountability for messing with people. When their form of play involves self-expression that uses horror or satanic iconography or anti-Christian, blah, blah, did we go through that one? Evil or scary self-expression, so why should everyone tolerate it? Many of the expressive subcultures that are purposely playing on religious fear iconography as a joke or form of rebellious play or immaturity, even though the people raised to believe in end of times mythology or satanic mythology or moral distinctions of good and evil, especially elderly people, should not have to live in exposure to things that cause them immense traumas and fears, while the youth who have yet to actually live through actual terror flaunt their fears and wear it all as a joke to assert their immaturity. Ultimately, there may be an actual mechanism here of kids dressing in certain ways to dominate, intimidate their parents and their families, and terrorize societies into accommodating appearances and lifestyles, because these youth are behaving in this way for the explicit purpose of creating shock and horror, to rebel against parents and peers they feel judged or rejected by. I think that's a valid reason for why it starts, and I think we tolerate it because we're like, oh, those teenagers, you know. In my childhood, my mom would often say things like about how wealth was wrong, and if people have money, they should donate it all to the poor. Even if we have $1 million, it should go to the poor. And I deeply internalized that as ascetic values. Jesus, Buddha, Gandhi, etc. Little tiny little minion of like moral superiority, which I genuinely thought was a virtue at the time, and I thought that made me a good person for wanting to give away everything I had, whether I had it or not. However, so do the poor, freaking natives. They don't have it, they give it. That's what poor people do. Small towns do that. If you don't have it, you give it anyway. If you can't afford it, you give it anyway. And you shouldn't be monitored by guilt if you don't, but it's more rewarding to make sure that someone who doesn't have what they need has access to what they need than it is to just tell them to go fend for themselves and be like, it's not my responsibility, or they can get help if they go find help on their own. They just need to return to resources. It's not my job. It's not my personal fucking job. It's not. But we're safer to do that for each other when we are safe to each other. And no one is obligated to do that. But in altruistic, reciprocal care capacity situations where people trust each other, that shows trust. It is an extension of trust. And in societies where people are all trust oriented, and then when a person breaks the trust, that group monitors and manages it, right? Like if a person breaks the trust of the community or the group, then the group and the community deal with it if they know about it. If they don't know about it, nobody gets justice. Everybody is fucked over quietly and secretly. But now sometimes I wonder if it was a coping mechanism for me or her or both, or for anyone in society with those kinds of Christian-oriented values. Was it all a way to cope with poverty status and make it something meaningful, because people suffering in poverty experience shame, not being able to provide for their kids, not connected enough to middle-class society norms and insights to know how to make more restricted to class out of control? The sweet lemons. My suffering wasn't suffering, it was a blessing. My values got separated between Christianity and anti-Christianity. My Christian side my ongoing Christian side is required now to support the future of my nieces and nephews and their futures and their kin and the people out there who I share that cultural background experience with. Have enough background of religion that it will always be foundational to who I am, and I will be able to connect with people on that level in ways that people who were not raised under religion will not be able to connect to people on that level. So even though I moved on to anti-Christianity and I tried to conform to the actual society that I'm required to conform to in order to survive, make money, understand the mainstream, update awareness of reality versus what I was told to believe as true, which felt to me like a major betrayal. It was like, here is the values and the biblical shit and the church shit and here are the family values are instilling onto you. Now take that and go into the world. Then I go into the world. I'm like, oh, this is horseshit. None of this is really going to make it possible for me to survive. In fact, this is going to cause me more suffering and it's going to cause me to struggle. And I will repeatedly try to fight for my values and be against money and against mainstream and against society and capitalism. And I will keep trying to retain those values out of honor for my family background and my kin. But meanwhile, as the years go by, like, I just feel like I'm in a I hate losing because like losing battle was what I was going to say, but I don't like saying losing or win because that insinuates game theory or competition. But it becomes like that. It's like a salmon going upstream, which is a good thing, the end of a life cycle. But yeah, fighting against the grain and being like, oh, I was told to have nothing to do with money or consumerism or needing to status signal my wealth. And that's just every time I realize that, like, how much I have to compromise just to have safety is becoming more like I have to let go of the values I was raised with so that I can accommodate capitalism so that I can survive is wrong and progressively like wearing me down each time a situation arises in which I realize I have to bend to capitalism. And now what we're seeing is this online consumerist world where the digital colonizers are taking over human social order and they're turning it into this thing where like the more likes and the more visibility you have, the more worth you have. The more worth you have, the more value you have. And therefore, if you have more social capital and worth and value within the social capital system, then you should be worth credit. And that credit should be money. And if you have money, you can experience that experience even more. You can dress up even more. You can get even more clothes. You got to do whatever you got to do to be at the top of the pyramid of your social sphere, or the center of your social sphere, I guess you would say. But in order to cash in, you have to conform and be mainstream and perform mainstream, even though there is no value in humanity or individuals within our humanity in performing success if that's not authentic success. If it is not the reality, then I think I'm just like, I'm still in an anti-conformist, like Uranus and Taurus kind of mentality left over. Like, I'm looking at this reality and I know it's not true and I'm rejecting it. And then I go back to like when I was a kid, I was told this truth and told don't listen to like the false leaders, gods, whatever, false prophets, whatever. Don't look at people who are in positions of power, and people who pursue money and wealth are not the ones who are inheriting the earth. The meek are. So be meek. Don't try to inherit the earth, and do not try to conform or change or modify your image and your appearance to appeal to those power structures. It is hard when you were raised with end of life and apocalyptic thoughts to see everything in reality as a progression towards the end of the Bible. I know that's like boohoo, poor Christian white kid. Yeah, I don't disagree with that either, but like it's terrifying. And when you have, which I don't even know if I have, let's be honest here. if I have a history with bipolar or schizoaffective or schizo anything and paranoia and terror of the internal realizations and images that I have when I get visions about evil and good, those can be pretty elaborate. They're more than scrupulosity. It's terrifying because you are raised with concepts of evil and good and heaven and hell and looking outward into our society and trying to figure out what we should accept and what we should reject, black and white thinking. And like, okay, those kids there that are like online with many followers who are the content creators, when the Bible's like, you can't be a creator or else you're trying to be a god. Because God is the creator, that is the final creator, and anyone who is trying to create within the creation, I don't think the Bible says much about that. To the point that I don't even like creating art because I feel like a deeply religious basis is that we're here to appreciate God's creation, not to need to generate our own creation and then be appreciated by each other by what we've made. I know that's fucking. Not every kid has to grow up with that kind of weight in their psyche. Some of them do. Some of them, it just permeates your entire fucking worldview. And I'm confused about it. And there's a part of me that sides with it. Or I don't really want to be an artist because I don't want to create. I want to appreciate what is already there, and I want to, I don't know, like creating distraction and creating like diversions of attention and trying to compete with each other to be like who can be. It's almost like false gods, you know, like being a content creator and having a following. I mean, Jesus had followers and Jesus was a prophet. Therefore, one who seeks followers and a high follower count and seeks the identity-centric ego of like, I have followers, therefore my ego is validated by my followers who are giving up their life and their power to worship me and mine. And then the Bible says in the future we have false prophets. Like, how else would it have worded it? How else would it have said, like, oh, I have a vision of the future, and in the future, everybody has a fucking hierarchy on the internet of how many people are following them and engaging with their content and looking at them and following them and being their fans. All of that's not fucking followed by any religion that I can think of. We're just, yeah, religious kid freaked out. Because this is literally what is like, this is evil. This is the satanic stuff. This is what Satan wants you to do. Satan wants you to think of yourself and your ego as greater than God or Jesus or whatever else, the like the holy, you know? It's like making a mockery of us, which we don't even know. Ugh, my content is probably so triggering to so many people. See, religion is so fucking messy and freaky that sitting by, well, I know other people's kids are going to go through all this. They're going to grow up, and everything they were told was true, they're going to doubt. Everything I was told I was true, that I could rely on, that was like, this is the love that's been given to you, and you can rely on it. You can trust it. You can trust your upbringing. And then it didn't take long for me to question my upbringing and be like, I wasn't told the truth, therefore I don't know what's true. And then from there, everything was that. And I'm so sad because I don't want these kids to go through a life where they don't know what's true and they don't know what to turn to and what's true. And they're going to be growing up with AI in like 10 years, whatever it will be. Then it's going to be so much more fucked than it is now. Sometimes I'm like, oh, that's a benefit. Because now when they want to have questions, they can ask the machine and it will walk them through it and will give them the best answer it can. And it will help them have resources and have something to turn to that isn't manipulated or indoctrinated with like a hidden agenda, which I don't even know if it's not. I would like to think that going forward we'll try our best to make it less and less, but we don't know that it isn't. Anyway, how many pages do I have left? 3? Yeah. One very honest facet of my prejudice towards people who externally self-express, the big obvious one, being unattractive, attracts so much more judgment, bias, degrading comments, harassment, and being treated poorly, so that even if we dress sexy, it still doesn't matter if attractive women are a mockery of unattractive women. By raising the roof of beauty standards to impossibly high and exaggerating the image men expect from women to put effort into making themselves hot, the ones who aren't hot and who don't modify their bodies to be accepted as such receive even worse bullying and mistreatment than they would have if women weren't using appearance modification to cheat and compete and access the perks of whatever it is attractive women get to do with their lives. That's assuming that attractive women have more freedom. And it's also playing into like the same trope as when men are like, oh, you're more attractive with makeup, but not too much makeup, like short skirt, long sweater shit. And then if I do that, then I'm also being misogynist because I'm engaging in the competition that women were set up with to play against each other. But the real thing here is that it's not women who are being played against each other by women. They're being played against each other by men, and they're being played against each other by capitalism and corporations, and that whole model is being designed. I don't know how many of these kids came to these conclusions on their own or how many were like groomed by technology. For all I know, Facebook's been grooming younger women into what trend they fall into. The sooner you can put them through the horror factory, the sooner they can go on OnlyFans and make money. Right? Like, I don't know who's in charge of all this gross shit. I don't know who's in charge of what. I don't know where it's coming from. But it sure plays on female insecurity. And these, makeup corporations and beauty and imagery corporations do and always have marketed to insecure young women and to women in general. And women want to be beautiful, and beauty is cultural apparently, but it's also a commerce. It's also a market. It's also an industry. It's also a way to manipulate women against each other and pit them against each other to make money off of them. And given that I don't make money, I'm useless to the fucking capitalist system. I am useless to consumers. My data says this woman will spend nothing. She gets some cash. She'll run after an ice cream truck, but she's not going to give a corporation her fucking money because she's too grassroots for that shit. So I have very low commercial value. That these appearance modified individuals in society are raising the roof of standards, of expectations, like make the women more beautiful so that the sex work industry will have more selection for the people who are selecting them. Because dudes are like, oh, I want to have a bit of this and that. Women are like, well, I'd like to have some money in my pockets. So I guess that works, right? Or at least it did a few years ago, but now I don't know what's going on. I think that there's also just this high definition, like now that we're seeing each other in higher definition through our phones. Still technology. I'm sorry, but I'm a Luddite, so it's still evil to me. It's all evil. The higher the definition, the higher the stylism. Like the style is getting more complex and more complicated. Sometimes I just like think, okay, well, my mom in the 70s, what was their style? Being really, really, really like out there and wearing like sparkly earrings and getting your nails done and getting your hair permed in the 70s by 70s standards. Like if you look like Olivia Newton-John, you're hot. And the men, the like when like I see my mom's point of view. Like when I was a kid and Britney Spears was targeted at me when I was like 12, my mom was like, holy fuck, that's fucked. We don't want to see the kids go from Olivia Newton-John to Britney Spears to what? Where are we now? It all gets sexualized to the extreme, right? Euphoria, like euphoria is what kids are aspiring to now. They're looking up to that as their fucking role models. That's psycho. That's like the amount of trauma that they think that people should put up with and the amount of just, it's corrupted. Everything's corrupted and always was moving in that direction. The more intensity there are, the more the people there are, the more corruption can be. I don't even know who these kids are following. I don't know what fucking nothing about this generation. I just know that they freak me right the fuck out. And that they probably are doing so by design. If the system wants them to look and act that way, and if they're intimidating in their appearance, then these young people are weaponized. They're little weapons. They're little like minions of the internet factory. These are legitimate thoughts. I think them, and I'm saying them because I think them in my head, and I don't know what to do with them because I see all my own contradictions, and I'm trying to like sort it out. And it's so hard to sort it out when I have to take all these contrasting worldviews that I've come across and try to find a middle ground that I can live with without major distress and sadness and anger and resentment. But I think that's what a midlife crisis is for a woman, is we finally realize just how much we've been fucked with. And when we see that, instead of being like, oh, I'm pro whatever the fuck that is, I'm all for young women being processed by the system like that. I would love to see, no, I see that and I'm like, fucking save them. Somebody save those fucking kids. Tell them to like, don't put on makeup. Don't pay the fucking system. Don't fucking celebrate the, don't tell me to stop, Connor. I'm talking about, for example, in a Facebook Reel ad, a person was promoting hair extensions and said, I would rather come out of the pool looking like a mermaid goddess than a wet dog. And I immediately responded, I would rather look like a wet dog. I didn't say then wear your fucking hair products, but I saw the veiled insult in there. It was like, buy my product because if you don't, you will look like a wet dog. I saw like a comment in a Euphoria thread where they're like, why does she dress like that? Oh, Rue dresses like that because she's an addict. Why does she have such poor hygiene? Oh, she does because she's an addict. I was like, I don't think that kid has poor hygiene. She's wearing baggy sweaters. She's got big hair. Apparently I would be poor hygiene class, right? Look at this hippie that doesn't brush her hair. It's like, it's not kept. You know, I bet people would look at me and say, I bet she has gross hygiene. She should take care of herself and try to look better. She should try to look prettier. This is the level of pressure that women have been put through their whole life by the system, by machine, by like their own families, by every fucking culture we've ever looked at, is saying, if you don't look like this, you're ugly and you should try harder and you should try to be attractive, because if you're not attractive, you don't have value. This is a market value where women are valuable if they have sexual capital. And if you don't have sexual capital, you are going to end up alone and with your cats or blah, 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 blah. Oh, you're going to be a lesbian. Like the whole fucking time, the whole fucking life, I was fighting something that was just disgusting to begin with. And we all knew that it was hurtful, but it's not until you're 40 that you know it's disgusting, right? Anyway, I said I would rather look like a wet dog, because I was so automatically attuned to which side of that degrading comment I land on. And when advertisement tries to sell these images of beauty standards and I automatically reject what they are selling and what they affiliate with, what they are shame targeting and attempting to erase. Example, makeup ads sell a standard of beauty by shaming anyone who does not possess that beauty form. If the target is on short lashes, to sell the image of long lashes, then I automatically reject the long lash demand by identifying with the short lashes. I do that because I take pride in what I'm being told I should be ashamed of by being the thing that is shameful according to consumerism. And I don't know if that's self-deprecation. And I'm going to pause again, and I always do this. Fear of being attracted, fear of being left out because of the lack of appearance of attraction. Yeah, you're making these kids feel like if they don't compete with each other, then they will not have a life, they will be worthless, and they will be left out, they will be treated poorly. If they don't want to be treated poorly, they need to wear their self-expression as a shield. And then you're going to pass that off as it's just self-expression. It's not just self-expression. It's a commodity. You're getting kids addicted to spending money on what kids spend money on if you tell them that they need to look different from what they do. You're telling them that if they wake up, they throw on pants and a shirt, that's not good enough anymore. That what they look like underneath it all is not good enough. And it's not just that it's not good enough, but that they will be harmed for it. And it goes on so much deeper in that many of the women in my family have physical features that just do not make our build conventionally desirable. Oh, putting it mildly. We all know this. There's a lot of women in my family that are like, you know, not conventionally desirable. We got big butts. And not the good kind. So, when I have let myself be natural, overweight, or confident with not putting work into my appearance, or bravely being my authentic, actual, visible self in literally any situation where I know I'm being shamed for it, I reverse that shame into pride and try to stand in solidarity with my sisters, friends, family over my lifetime who did not feel represented or felt that their true self deserved shame and devaluation, or that they needed to hide or stay invisible if they wanted approval or acceptance or social inclusion. So it is very hard for me sometimes to put myself on authentic display, but I do so also because so many people in my life made me feel like I didn't deserve to exist, or that my family and friends deserve to be invisible or hurting or left out. That is a very, very true thing behind any time in my life I've been fucking fierce and where I've been like, no, I'm not going to conform. You don't like this? Then go fuck yourself. And that is because I'm not setting that standard. I am not crossing that line. I'm not a fucking wannabe poser who needs to find their self-worth and their self-image performance. It's not real. And I'm going to look at that, and I'm going to look at it with less respect. Then I'm going to look at a person who looked at that and said, you know what? I'm not doing that. And I think that the goths and alternatives think that they are that. They're like, no, I refuse to be conventional and mainstream and follow attractive beauty standards. I'm not sure anymore what beauty standards they think that they're not following, because they are the beauty standard now. Like, so this whole, like, if the alternative becomes mainstream, then what's the alternative to that? Authenticity, I think. I think that, like, if alternate becomes mainstream, and if everybody wants a little goth girl now, which is disgusting, they're girls, you don't use that word, it's gross. It's only appropriate if you're like 14 and looking for another 14-year-old your age, right? But here in adulthood, we don't go after people who look like teenagers. And I think that goth phase is for teenagers. But I guess if you lived through it as a teenager and a young adult and an adult, then the shaming part where I'm like, oh, tattoo culture, I think we should frown on that, is pretty rude to a person who went through that when they were young. And this is just this is like the scars or the trophy of their lived experience and all the things they got to do and be, and how fierce they thought they were, that privilege enabled them to have a fun lifestyle and, you know, right. So it's not fair. It's like, it's mean to make someone for having fun of someone for having scars that they didn't bring on to themselves. If the industry made young people think that they need to be and look a certain way, they shouldn't look back on their youth with shame if they were influenced by outside factors that told them that was cool. And tattoos are a permanent reminder of a time in their life where that they were trying to appeal to status and appearances, and they took ownership of their own appearance, which I think is pretty rad and punk for sure. But they're also the product of this huge consumerist, I don't know. So maybe, I guess we shouldn't be attacking the women if the women are pawns. If they're going to look like that and they're going to like want the attention for it, then I shouldn't be like, it would make me look bitter or jealous because I don't look like that, right? Except that that's what the men are weaponizing. So the corporations, the patriarchy, the system, and maybe even the algorithms, and maybe even, like, maybe it's all designed that way. But then we're also like creating our own followership, where like we all have choice over what we follow and what we want to see more of. And if both men and women everywhere want to see more of the what used to be the alternative lifestyle presented as the mainstream, they want more people to do that, to put the effort into looking that way, and to like present themselves as art, sell their art, be the art that people want to see, and put the effort into conforming and modifying how their appearance and their image is seen through the screen. Like, not like people like me who are so casual and can't be bothered to edit and doesn't make any sense and can't just make a reel like they can. You know, is it envy? Maybe. I don't know. I don't think that that's where I'm going with it. I think that I do want also to validate my own lived experience and to still be able to be in a position where I can honor what I did here with my time, and to take pride in choosing to do what I've done, and to get in touch with my own authenticity and be like, yeah, I'm not ashamed of what I've done here, but I feel like there are people in my life that are trying to make me feel ashamed of what I've done here. And I feel like that's really that's the point at the end of all this, is that I should not be shamed for any of this shit. And nobody should be shamed for any of this shit. I get that. And I don't think it's my shame versus their shame. I think we're both experiencing different hurts and different shames here. And we're both coming at it from a very different angle in life. But I took a lot of pride in not choosing to fit the performative appearance role of being like a scene kid. I didn't even know what that was. And by the time I did, it was too late. And did I miss out on that experience? I'm not sure. Would I have more money if I had? Would I have had more experiences? Would I have been able to benefit from sex work this whole fucking time? I guess. Maybe. Maybe I wouldn't be in the position I'm in. Maybe I wouldn't be poor. I guess my poverty makes it an authentic experience, and it's all on me, right? If I'd wanted to live my life, I would have, but I also didn't because my dopamine wasn't working so good most of the time. So the desire to just get up and go out in the world and do things and experience things kind of comes and goes. And most of the time, it's not there. And I said, well, but it may be an emotion of contempt, being more ugly because someone calls us ugly after a life of previously internalizing, being quietly hurt, not voicing internalized prejudice. Now I take pride in identifying with what others try to minimize about me. So am I using what coping mechanism? So am I using what coping mechanism? Self-degradation, but as pride? I want to follow this with DeepSeek. This is like a big question I have. I think we've identified multiple times now. Ask DeepSeek. But I want to just like get to these topics more in an organized way. Like do all the journaling, look at the stuff, identify the stuff. I'm still interrupting myself. I have one more page to go, but I think I might type all of this into one big giant document and drop it into the AIs and say, help me break this down and help me just figure out the underlying themes here, because I have this mess and a lot of this is what's going on in my head all of the time and it's draining me. So I removed it from my head, put it all here, put it into a text file, and I'm dropping it into help me sort out what the main themes are here. What are the main cognitive distortions? What are my own fallacies that I'm falling for? What narrative am I missing out on in life, and how can we take this in a different direction? Or how can I consider some alternative thought processes so that I can start to like entertain myself in one direction or the other? But at the same time, like I felt like I hated fun yesterday and I was like in the worst place. I was in such a bad place yesterday and the day. Like I was bed rotting all of last week. I don't remember what happened. I just went into a bad place. And then here I'm just fine. So I don't know that rationalizing and like working through my internal thought processes and stuff like that is going to get me closer to my true authentic values and self to such a state that like it's ever going to make a difference in my mood. I'm not sure that it will influence my mood. I'm not sure that it will give me more freedom and make me feel like more secure in myself or more motivated by my true internal drives, especially not if my life will always be unstable and my values will constantly be unstable in relation to the life around me. Like I'm trying so hard to understand this underlying schema, right? Like this is who I am deep down, right? This is who I really am. This is really who I've been. This is why I was who I was and why I did what I did. And the emotions that I have will be in relation to these things. But I don't know that I'll be this person in a year from now. But at least I'll have gone through the experience authentically and tried to make the effort to challenge myself and to try to refine those values and find clarity in a way that isn't just what I'm saying to AI and not just what I'm thinking in my head and not just what I'm arguing with people about online or in personal relationships or in personal conversations, by really putting all this stuff out there and watching the choice of words I use when I'm writing. I'm like engaging in a higher quality situation that gives me an ability to listen back for apparently 5 hours. Anyway, and to do my own work. I mean, I could listen to this in my sleep and maybe my subconscious will sort it out for me. I don't know. Maybe I'll try that. Have I been withdrawing from social participation and constantly obsessing over internal value, self-modification instead to try to be enough to achieve acceptance? Is all of this self-deprecating act of coping with being generally socially rejected by doing enough self-work to either 1, be immune to criticism and rejection, or 2, gain membership, or 3, accept that I will never be at the membership level, which is too painful to live with? So I use this bottomless pit pursuit of self-development to distract myself from a reality I can't ever belong to because it's just that painful to be alive and to be an ugly, unkempt woman who does not fit the standards, that do not fit the mold. Okay. 4, put enough visible effort into my self-work as dictated by external sources who expect social behavior standards of me, that if I do enough work to be in the clear, then it's a position of surrender or submission. Like, yes, I know I'm not high enough status to participate in your world, but at least I'm working on being enough for your approval. I mean, yeah, when I was younger, definitely. I did it all the time without even knowing. And am I still doing it? I don't know. 5, maybe I just get so bored from not participating in life with others that I'm constant obsession with self-analysis is the only thing I can think of doing. And if I have no interest in anything or anyone other than myself, do I? I didn't yesterday. How true is this? When is it true and when is it not? Then I would be the only thing left for me to be invested in. Why? That would be self-absorption, solipsism, self-involvement, self-obsession. If I'm the only thing that I'm interested in, then I've lost interest in everyone else and everything. And that's why I can't work. And that's why I hate everything and everyone, because I don't belong to it. And I can't find a way to belong to it that doesn't require me forfeiting my values or living in a state of pain and inauthenticity in order to gain the approval and the credit and the social credit and the financial status and the financial approval of the society I'm a part of. Oh my fuck, what? I still have one more paragraph, Connor. I lash out at society with contempt and anger whenever I feel most exhausted by being required to keep up with the appearances society expects of me to maintain, so I will not be a visible target. So it seems like if others want to exist, they can be themselves or project their appearance, but if I want to participate, I have to de-ugly myself first so that I can be granted access. Or play along this weird little game where it's like, oh, maybe my ex would want me back if I dressed like a goth. Back to Olivia Newton-John. No, I don't fucking think so. That's not my thing. We already read all this part, so I think there's more that I've read before, but I seem to be processing stuff and like it's coming to a point where it's thematic, like it's repetitive, which means if it's repetitive, we're getting to a point where there's nothing new here. I think the primary function of a bank is to hold money for people who can't trust themselves with money. Relational trust, AI overview, trust, AI overview, epistemic resilience, epistemic injury. That's the word I was looking for earlier. If anybody was still here for that. GPT, you learned that trust is not certainty. Now you know trust is always partly risk. I don't think you've integrated this one yet. You're still fighting it. Tuesday, things I've encountered from the relationship to even out the costs. Learned the limits of unconditional giving. You learned that understanding is not shared equally. You learned that trust is not certainty. You learned what loneliness actually costs. And you've learned that your intuition survived, which is a huge one. I found limits. You found limits and you became less naive. Okay, but the core wound here is that I trusted my upbringing, my communities, the values and the culture I was born into, family life and church, present kids with an illusion that giving without expectation is the good that binds us. Would you like to explore how interpersonal trust differs from AI systems? The philosophical difference between having faith in a community and relying on a machine. How broken trust changes our perspective on these foundations. I don't know. Do I trust the machine? Should I? Relational trust, the foundation. That was interesting when it brought up. As you pointed out, you trust gravity, your community, or your family. You aren't running statistical odds. You aren't constantly calculating whether the earth will drop you into the void tomorrow. This is an unquestioning stance. You set up your life assuming the foundation is solid so that you can actually function, which is necessary for human survival. Some level of unconscious trust and faith in humanity is necessary to exist in safety and normalcy, not in survival mode. This is what sociopaths exploit and what we struggle to live with after. Trust as safety and faith, interpersonal safety. Your relationship with the people who raised you is based on a baseline of psychological safety, not a forward bet. It's an expectation of care, shared reality, and mutual goodwill rather than a calculated outcome. When this trust is broken, it causes betrayal and a rupture in your sense of reality, which proves it was never just a mathematical game. Faith, trusting these foundations, requires a leap of faith or a willingness to be vulnerable without needing absolute empirical proof beforehand. You simply rest on them. The distinction often shows up in philosophy. Some thinkers, like Annette Bayer, argue that trust is essentially reliance on another's goodwill. Others suggest that trusting your world is an unquestioning attitude, where you stop treating life like a math problem and simply let yourself be supported. Fundamental trust refers to the deep, essential level of confidence required to build lasting relationships, teams, and institutions. It is the foundation of cooperative human interaction and is actively measured through behavioral integrity. Whether you are building a relationship or a business or setting up a legal framework, trust rests on a few core pillars. One, the pillars of interpersonal trust. In interpersonal and professional relationships, trust is built through clear, consistent behaviors. Many experts, including researcher Brené Brown, break this down into the following components. 1, reliability, doing what you say you will do consistently and dependably. 2, accountability, owning your mistakes and taking responsibility. 3, integrity, acting in alignment with your core values and principles even when it is difficult. And 4, non-judgment, creating a safe space where people can be vulnerable without fear or harsh criticism. 2, legal trusts. In a legal or financial context. I don't know why I wrote that down. What I write here? A net loss occurs when the sum total of expenses exceeds the total income or revenue generated by a business, project, transaction, or investment, or relationship. If I have no money, then I am expending effort, time, care, labor, concern, thought, attention, emotional well-being, patience, hope, trust, structure, physical labor, managing and cleaning someone's home, grief, stress, and just general overthinking. How would I measure returns if returns are value rather than money? How do humans measure value without money as currency exchange? Should a relationship really be seen as a value transaction, a project, an investment, or a business? Here's how you know if something is for you. It gives you energy, makes you feel alive. Excitement outweighs fear. It brings you peace. It expands you, reminds you of your worth, and above all, you won't have to question it. Isabel Marguerite, The Mindful Journal. In the past, I prioritized everyone in my life and did my best to keep everyone in it. Now I no longer have the energy to continue that method, that life approach, so I'm retiring from making space in my life for anyone at all. I can't afford it and survival at the same time. People who take my energy and do not do anything valuable with it have to be the least priority candidates for my time and care. Net loss occurs when the sum total of expenses exceeds the total income or revenue generated by a business project, transaction, or investment. Ugh. I think I can be done. I think that's enough. That was a lot. I think I could just watch a movie or something, but no. Fucking unpack my psyche. Hi. Just 1 second. Yeah. What's up?